expectations. I don't even want your congratulations. I recognize your false confidence and calculated promises all in your conversation. I hate people that feel entitled. Look at me crazy cause I ain't invite you. Oh, you important, you the moral to the story. You endorsing, motherfucker, I don't even like you. Corrupt a man's heart with a gift. That's how you the moral to the story. You a smart percentage you I'm building with. I want the credit if I'm losing or I'm winning. On my mama, that's the realest shit.
Let's talk about love. Is it anything and everything you hope for? Or do you feel it on you? I know you feel it on you.
Cause maybe the night them my dreams might let me know. All the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. Cause maybe the night them my dreams might let me know. All the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. Skin cold when the ego gets to talking. I get involved like a rebound. Got no in game, got no ways out. Got to stay down. It's the way that you're making me feel like nobody ever loved me like you do, you do. And you kinda feel like you're tryna get away from me. If you do, I won't move. I ain't just cry for no reason. I ain't just pray for no reason. I give thanks for the day, for the hours, and another way, another life breathing. I did it all cause I feel good. I wouldn't do it all if you feel bad. Better live your life. We're running out of time. Let's talk about love. Anything you ain't wanted.
Or do you feel it on you? I know you feel it on you.
Cause maybe the night them my dreams might let me know. All the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. Cause maybe the night them my dreams might let me know. All the stars are closer. All the stars are closer. All the stars are
Thought I'd never see the light of day. You could thank me later for the record. I don't even need it right away. I just really need it right away. So that I can lane switch. Trust everybody that I came with. They will be here when I ain't rich. I swear, I know. They are in the boat I row. Everybody in it got a paddle. And motherfuckers won't let go. I done made $100,000 a season. I was on that show. I've been told I was next by a legendary that was on death row. It's a secret, I'ma tell them. Rappers only claiming they get paid. I've been getting love in the club ever since I came in underage. I just put Patron in the pineapple and I do the same with lemonade. Let my money float through the air. I could make it rain on your parade. I could do it, and I know the rumors get around. I'ma take my city to the top, and then I'ma never let them down. I'ma show a lot of people love. I'ma give them credit where it's due. Anyone that doubted I could do it, this the one I dedicate to you.
I'm gonna do what I want, cause this life's made for living. You got to know, nothing's for sure, faith in the stars. I'm gonna choose what I want, cause this life's what I'm given. Gotta keep my faith in the dark clouds.
Cardiac arrest, rap tech. Wait a sec, wait a minute. I've been in it from beginning and spinning raps like my heart was a tape deck. Yes, I've been on the block freestyling, wildin' when I was a youth. Many wonder what the truth is when the future's like a tattoo. Gotta make haste while the sun shines. If we only live one time, when the spaceships arrive from the skies, I'll be flying. I'm not lying, I'm sublime in my alpha state. Let the heart palpitate, let the soul just astroplane. Here's a secret, let me tell them. We're the ones that started rock and roll. Jimi Hendrix, Little Richard, platform shoes and an afro comb. Me, E.T., phone home, B.E.T., play my song. Had faith oh so long, that's why we both flowed on. So, oh, I'm like another message they sent on the bottle. Now people know. Got a freak of nature with a pen and paper. Can escape in the ether if you got faith. Yeah, see that?
What I want, cause this life's made for living. You got to know, nothing's for sure, faith in the stars. what I want, cause this life's what I'm giving. Gotta keep my faith in the dark now. Said it's faith, the faith that's inside of me. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Sis got blah boy, sis got blah boy. Ooh. Sis got blah boy, sis got blah boy. Ooh. Yeah. 901 Shelby Drive, look alive, look alive. Niggas came up on this side, now they on the other side. Oh well, fuck them, dawg. We gon' see how hard they ride. I get racks to go outside, and I split it with the guys. We up on the other side, niggas acting like we tied. I been gone since like July, niggas acting like I died. They won't be expecting shit when Capo go to slide. Cause I told them that we put that shit behind us, but I lied. Ayy, look who I'm around, man. If I fucked up, I'ma be downtown, man. Full flow bound, man. That's if I get caught, man. Push me to the edge, so it really ain't my motherfucking fault, man. I'm not to blame, man. This fucking industry is cutthroat. I'm not the same, man. And I could let you check the tag now. I'm rocking name brand. I'm only chasing after bags now. I got a game plan, and I'm out here with the 700 3i5s. Look alive, look alive. Niggas came up on this side, now they on the other side. Oh well, fuck them, dawg. We gon' see how hard they ride. I get racks to go outside, and I split it with the guys. We up on the other side, niggas acting like we tied. I been gone since like July, niggas acting like I died. They won't be expecting shit when Capo go to slide. Cause I told them that we put that shit behind us, but I
bitch come through, you and you. I'ma get the money, Drizzy get the loot. Pull up with that Draco, play with Drake and I'ma shoot. My weapon be the instrument, I blow you like a flute. Nigga play so he feelin'. Pull up broad day with the K9 shivering. Drop a nigga like he littering. We at your door like we the delivering. He not a plug, he middleman. That nigga brown like cinnamon. I got them round like Sugar Ray Robinson. Sausage and check how you gas for I'ma spray him just like for a breeze. Came a long way from sitting in the nosebleed. Now nigga on the floor talking to the athlete. Man, I'm so close to the gun that I can steal the stash sheets.
901 Shelby Drive, look alive, look alive. Niggas came up on this side, now they on the other side. Oh well, fuck them, dawg. We gon' see how hard they ride. I get racks to go outside, and I split it with the guys. We up on the other side, niggas acting like we tied. I been gone since like July, niggas acting like I died. They won't be expecting shit when Capo go to slide. Cause I told them that we put that shit behind us, but I lied. Trap money, this shit got me in my feelings. Gotta be real with it. Yeah. Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for you always. KB, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for you always. Look, the new me is really still the real me. I swear you gotta feel me before they try and kill me. They gotta make some choices, they running out of options. Cause I've been going off and they don't know when to stop. And then when you get to top, and I see that you've been learning. And when you get to shopping, you spend it like you earned it. And when you popped off on your ex, he deserved it. I thought you would've won from the jump, that confirmed it. Trap money, Benny. I buy you champagne, but you love some Henny. From the block like you Jenny. I know you special, girl, cause I know too many. Risha, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for you always. JT, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for you always.
Two bad bitches and we kissing in a wave, kissing in a wave, kissing in a wave. I need that black card in the code to the safe, code to the safe, code to the safe. I show 'em how to network.
for that Netflix and chill. What's your net worth?
Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for you always. And I'm down for you always. And I'm down for you, down for you, down for you always.
I got a new boy, and that nigga Trey.
Kiki, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I need you, and I'm down for you always. KB, do you love me? Are you riding? Say you never ever leave from beside me. Cause I want you, and I'm skate and smoke and rap. Now let me see you bring that ass, bring that ass, bring that ass back, bring that ass, bring that ass, bring that ass. Now let me see you, nigga that she with can't hit. Got a shot it, I'ma hit it like I can't miss. Now let me see you. Now let me see you. Bring that ass, now let me see you. Now let me see you. Now let me see you. Bring that ass, now let me see you. Trap, money, penny. This shit got me in my feelings. Gotta be real with it. Yep. Now let me see you.
What are y'all talking about?
You know what? I don't even care. I need a photo with Drake because my Instagram is weak as fuck.
I'm just being real. My shit.
Along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless?
How could you be so cold as the winter wind when it breeze, yo? Just remember that you talking to me, though. You need to watch the way you talking to me, yo. I mean, after all the things that we've been through. I mean, after all the things we got into. Hey, yo, I know some things that you ain't told me. Hey, yo, I did some things, but that's the old me. And now you wanna get me back and you gon' show me. So you walk around like you don't know me. You got a new friend, well, I got homies. But in the end, it's still so lonely.
In the night, I hear him talk the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless?
How could you be so Dr. Evil? You're bringing out a side of me that I don't know. I decided we weren't gonna speak, so why we up 3 a.m. on the phone? Why do she be so mad at me for? Homie, I don't know, she's hot and cold. I won't stop, won't mess my groove up, cause I already know how this thing go. You run and tell your friends that you're leaving me. They say that they don't see what you see in me. You wait a couple months, then you gon' see. You'll never find nobody better than me.
In the night, I hear him talk the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless? Talking, talk. Baby, let's just knock it off. They don't know what we've been through. They don't know about me and you. So I got something new to see. And you just gon' keep hating me. And we just gon' be enemies. I know you can't believe I could just leave it wrong. And you can't make it right. I'm gon' take off tonight into the night. I hear him talk the coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, he lost his soul to a woman so heartless. How could you be so heartless? Oh, how could you be so heartless?
Said she tired, little money, need a big boy. Pull up 20-inch blades like I'm Lil Troy. Now it's everybody flocking, need a decoy. Shorty mixing up the vodka with the liquor. G-Wagon, 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 G-Wagon. All the housewives pulling up. I got a lot of toys. 720S pumping Fallout Boy. You was talking shit in the beginning. Back when I was feeling unforgiving. I know I pissed you off to see me winning. See the igloo in my mouth and I be grinning. 100 bands in my pocket, it's on me. 100 deep when I roll like the army. Get more bottles, these bottles are lonely. It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow. 100 bands in my pocket, it's on me. Yeah, your grandma will probably know me. Get more bottles, these bottles are lonely. It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow. Everywhere I go, catch me on the block like a Mutombo. 750 Lambo in the Utah snow. Trunk in the front like that shit Dumbo, yeah. Cut the roof off like a nip tuck. Pull up to the house with some big butts. Turn the kitchen counter to a strip club. Me and Drake came for the. When I got guap, all of y'all disappear. Before I drop Sony, none of y'all really care. Now they always say congratulations to the kid. And this is not a 40, but I'm pouring out this shit. Used to have a lot, but I got more now. Made another hit, cause I got bored now. Always going for it, never pump fourth down. Last call, Hail Mary, Prescott, touchdown, hey. 100 bands in my pocket, it's on me. 100 deep when I roll like the army. Get more bottles, these bottles are lonely. It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow. 100 bands in my pocket, it's on me. Yeah, your grandma will probably know me. Get more bottles, these bottles are lonely. It's a moment when I show up, God, I'm saying wow.
Push up against me, ooh,
Let's get it on, I'm ready. If you getting dough, I'm with it. We gon' bring it back to the city. If you wanna ride, come with me. Let's get it on, I'm ready. If you getting dough, I'm with it. We gon' bring it back to the city. Come on. If you wanna ride, come with me. Bitch, I've been about my fetty. And you know my game be steady. If the burden get too heavy, they gon' pick it up, no Chevy. In a minute we'll be filling up them bags with hella cash. Meanwhile still sipping Henny in a traffic jam. Hop out, I'ma run to the money like 100 dash. Take time, don't stay too hard at the hourglass. Let's get it on, I'm ready. If you getting dough, I'm with it. We gon' bring it back to the city. If you wanna ride, come with me. Let's get it on, I'm ready. If you getting dough, I'm with it. We gon' bring it back to the city. If you wanna ride, come with me. Pool full of money, I'ma dive in it. Chase that high, don't hide from it. With the BMW like I'm flying it. Lit airlines on the pilot. I was fly away before I had racks. Air ones with the straps to the back. Got juice, took a sip, then a pass. All of the homies that don't drink from the glass. Chicken and waffles at Roscoe's. Angel and pasta with lobster. I just wanna nourish my roster. Ain't no more starving, we prosper. Just trust in your bowels. Fix the wrinkle in your brow. Keep the bullets in the barrel. Blow the paper on apparel. Let's get it on, I'm ready. If you getting dough, I'm with it. We gon' bring it back to the city. If you wanna ride, come with me. Let's get it on, I'm ready. If you getting dough, I'm with it. We gon' bring it back to the city. If you wanna ride, come with me. Hit the night, city. Hourglass, heavy. Let's get it on, I'm ready.
Every day and every night I hold it down for my wounds. Through the day and through the night I bear the weight on my shoulders. 40 days and 40 nights I made a ring of my wounds. Every day and every night I hold it down for my wounds.
Let's get it on, I'm ready. If you getting dough, I'm with it. We gon' bring it back to the city. If you wanna ride, come with me.
You know I got just what you need. Fuck with a nigga whose money guaranteed. She said she never seen a dime. She never flew a plane as proud. She on the phone and that's a job. So I threw her a couple dollars. Baby, go get your son on. Okay, 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 alright.
Don't get your son.
Okay, 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 alright.
All the champagne popping, yeah, we do this every night. Bring your friends, I got friends. What's the end of the night? All my dogs pulling up to the mansion in the hills. Know you say you heard about it, but we really do this for real. All Oh yeah, gotta know it, you the bomb, you explosive, all that ass, gotta show it, take a chance, don't you blow it, amen. Oh Lord, God bless your parents, you can handle your liquor, gotta stay coherent, I'm the man. You ain't heard, I'm the man, about the money, gotta stack it up and save it, that's the plan, I'm the man. You ain't heard, I'm the man, know them niggas sleeping on me, cause they did too many hands, I'm the man.
Fuck with a nigga whose money guaranteed. She said she never seen a dime. She never flew a plane to Spain. She on a boat and that's a job. So I threw her a couple dollars. Baby, go get your son.
Get up, bitch, get up. Oh, get up, bitch, get up, bitch, get up, bitch, get up. Get up, bitch, get up. Oh, get up, bitch, get up, bitch, get up. Go get you some. Go get you some. Let's go get that money. I know that you hungry. I know that you want it. Please just keep me coming. Like bitch, keep on grinding. You know I keep coming. Yeah. She keep on with me. Man, I don't want none. I know that she got just what I want. I know you go hard. Pull up in that phone. She breaking her back just to show me she love me. I ain't never met a bitch so that gon' choke it like she did so. Yeah. Man, she pop it like a pimple. She bring it back just like a
I got just what you need. Fuck with a nigga whose money guaranteed. She said she never seen a dime. She never flew a plane to Spain. She on the boat and that's a job. So I threw her a couple dollars. Baby, go get your son.
Get up, bitch, get up. Oh, get up, bitch, get up, bitch, get up, bitch, get up. Get up, bitch, get up. Oh, get up, bitch, get up, bitch, get up, bitch, get up. No. The way that we would be. But no, I know that you will never see. The bitch on the bustin' on it. I just wanna keep it on it. I'm sipping on it, sipping on it. I'm tryna feel up on it, feel up on it.
I might be too strung out on compliments, overdosed on confidence. Started not to give a fuck and stop fearing the consequence. Drinking every night because we drink to my accomplishments. Faded way too long, I'm floating in and out of consciousness. And they saying I'm back, I'd agree with that. I just take my time with all this shit, I still believe in that. I had someone tell me I fell off, ooh, I needed that. And they wanna see me pick back up, well, where'd I leave it at? I know I exaggerated things, now I got it like that. Tuck my napkin in my shirt cause I'm just mobbing like that. You know good and well that you don't want a problem like that. You gon' make someone around me catch a body like that. No, don't do it, please don't do it. Cause one of us goes in and we all go through it. And Drizzy got the money, so Drizzy gon' pay it. Those my brothers, I ain't even gotta say it. That's just something they know. They know, they know, they know. They know, they know, they know. They know, they know, they know. Yeah, they know, yeah. That the real is on the rise. Fuck them other guys. I even gave them a chance to decide. Now it's something they know. They know, they know, they know. Yeah, I be yelling out money over everything. Money on my mind. Then she wanna ask when it got so empty. Tell her I apologize, happened over time. She says they missed the whole Drake, girl, don't tempt me. If they don't get it, they'll be over you. That new shit that you got is overdue. You better do what you supposed to do. I'm like, why I gotta be all that? But still I can't deny the fact that it's true. Listen to you expressing all them feelings. Soap opera rappers, all these niggas sound like all my children. And that's who you thinking is about to come and make a killing. I guess it really is just me, myself, and all my millions. You know that they ain't even got it like that. You gon' hype me up and make me catch a body like that. Cause I live for this, it isn't just a hobby like that. When they get my shit and play it, I ain't even gotta say it, they know. They know, they know, they know. They know, they know, they know. They know, they know, they know. Yeah, they know, yeah. That the real is on the rise. Fuck them other guys. I even gave them a chance to decide. Now it's something they know. They know, they know, they know. I be yelling out money over everything. Money on my. Tell them I apologize and having overtime. They know.
I'm living in that 21st century, doing something mean to it. Do it better than anybody you ever seen do it. Screams from the haters, got a nice ring to it. I guess every superhero need his theme music. No one man should have all that power. The clock's ticking, I just count the hours. Stop tripping, I'm tripping off the power. The system broken, the school's closed, the prison's open. We ain't got nothing to lose, motherfucker, we rollin'. Motherfucker, we rollin'. With some light-skinned girls and some Kelly Rollins. And this white man world, we the ones chosen. So good night, cool world, I see you in the morning. I see you in the morning. This is way too much, I need a moment. No one man should have all that power. The clock's ticking, I just count the hours. Stop tripping, I'm tripping off the power. Till then, fuck that, the world's ours. Fucking Chanel and the whole cast. Tell him Easy said they could kiss my whole ass. More specifically, they could kiss my asshole. I'm an asshole, you niggas got drugs. You sure-minded niggas, sauce is Napoleon. My furs is Mongolian. My ice brought the goalies and I embody every characteristic of the egotistic. He knows he's so fucking gifted. I just needed time alone with my own thoughts. Got treasures in my mind but couldn't open up my own vault. My talent, creativity, purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me, taking my inner child, I'm fighting for custody. With these responsibilities that they entrusted me, as I look down at my diamond encrusted piece, thinking no one man should have all that power. The clock's ticking, I just count the hours. Stop tripping, I'm tripping off the powder. Till then, fuck that, the world's ours. Austin Powers, lost in translation with a whole fucking nation. They say I was the abomination of Obama's nation. Well, that's a pretty bad way to start the conversation. At the end of the day, goddamn it, I'm killing this shit. I know damn well y'all feeling this shit. I don't need your pussy, bitch, I'm on my own dick. I ain't got a power trip, who you going home with? How Last night took a L, but tonight I bounce back. Wake up every morning, by the night I count stacks. Knew that ass was real when I hit it, bounce back. You ain't getting checks. Last night took a L, but tonight I bounce back. Boy, I've been broke as hell, catch the check and bounce back. D-Town LAX, every week I bounce back. If you a real one, then you know how to bounce back. Don't know nobody, oh nobody, always on the fucking job. I got no hobbies, got the city fucking with me, cause I'm homegrown, vibing out more than my phone. No, leave me alone, me on my own, no. Look, I cut the bitch off like an edit. My daddy a G, it's genetics. I heard your new shit is pathetic. Your contrast should be shredded. To my dogs on a private jet from the public house, and I kept a G, yeah, 1,000. Click stars studded like the Paramount money. Everything I do is righteous. Betting on me is the right risk, even in a fucking crisis. I'm never on some switch side shit. I switch gears to the night shift, blacking out cause I'm enlightened. God talk to me in silence, but I hear him every time, man. Thank you, God. God bless you. Thank Last you. Last night took an L, but tonight I bounce back. Wake up every morning, by the night I count stacks. Knew that ass was real when I hit it, bounce back. You ain't getting checks. Last night took an L, but tonight I bounce back. Boy, I've been broke as hell, catch the check and bounce back. D-Town LAX, every week I bounce back. If you a real one, then you know how to bounce back. Look, I woke up in beast mode with my girl that's Beauty in the Beast though. Been top 5, these niggas sleep though. Only thing that's sold out is the C-store. Nigga, how dare you stand before me and I respect my authority. If you fuck with my glory, I'ma drop the L and get gory. I done did everything and said worry. Hella drama, my life story. Faith of a mustard seed, I kept growing. I knew that this life was meant for me. Niggas change up more than wishing wells. Karma come around, I wish them well. Living like I'm on a limitless pill. I kill the scene like I'm Denzel. Crazy like my jacket strapped up. Nigga, I don't act, but I act up. Brown paper bag like the lunch packed up. Back up. Nigga, I'ma need like 10 feet or get stomped out with 10 feet. I'ma always lose my temper. You cannot count to 10 me. If I lose one, I bounce back like 2, 3, did with 4, 5. Seen courtrooms and court sides, ain't too many, seen both sides. Nigga, fuck what you know. Nigga, I'm taking back control. The underdog just turned into the wolf and the hunger steady grows. Yeah, I call shots while you call off. Never taking some more fall off. When you stay that committed to it, you just fall down and never fall off. So last night took an L, but tonight I bounce back. Wake up every morning, by the night I count stacks. Knew that ass was real when I hit it, bounce back. You ain't getting checks. Last night took an L, but tonight I bounce back. Boy, I've been broke as hell, catch the check and bounce back. D-Town LAX, every week I bounce back. If you a real one, then you know how to bounce back. Bounce back, bounce, bounce, bounce back, bounce, 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 bitch, bounce. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Is you a real one? Bounce, 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 bitch, bounce.
Yeah. Check. Catch box. 2-2. Catch box. Check. Q&A mic. Check. Q&A. Test. Catch box. Check. Hey. Triple whale in the house. Check. Triple whale. Hey. Hey, can you go to the other side of the room?
Test 1, 2. Catch box going wide. Test 1, 2. Hey. Check 1, 2. 1, 2.
She a fashion killer, and I'm a trendy nigga.
I said her pistol go. Her pistol go. I said her pistol go. Cause she a fashion killer and I'm a jiggy nigga. I said I see you Jill Sanders. Oliver Peoples, costume national, yeah, and a Mulemeister. See Visvin be the sneaker, Lavana Balmain. Goya by the trunk, Isabel Marant. I love you Linda Farrow, I adore you Dior. You Damier Doma, beating carrot from the store. I crash down with that top down, bossy how I ride round. Mommy in that time Ford, Poppy in that time Brown. Rick Owens, Rap Simmons, boy she got it by the stop. She ballin' till she fall, that means she shopping till she drop. And Versace got a lot, but she may never wear it. But she save it so our babies will be flyer than their parents. And her pistol go. Her pistol go. I said her pistol go. Cause she a fashion killer and I'm a trendy nigga. I said her pistol go. Her pistol go. I said her pistol go. Cause she a fashion killer and I'm a jiggy nigga. I said her pistol go. Black tees, breezing cool. Smelling is your treasure, you're so well put together. I said bags and rings, jeans and shoes, spikes and patent leathers, different fabrics mixed together. How are you and me and you? Go away together, we could get away forever. All emotions clash and thrash and someone turned the light out. I met my babe, expressed my passion on my fashion night out. Her pistol go. Her pistol go. I said her pistol go. Cause she a fashion killer and I'm a trendy nigga. I said her pistol go. Her pistol go. I said her pistol go. Cause she a fashion killer and I'm a jiggy nigga. I said her pistol go. Did you see what? Did you see what yeah. Did you see what yeah. Did you see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with my bones, some niggas wanna try something. Did you see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with the bones, some niggas wanna try something. Came looking like a ganja farmer. His daddy better hide his daughter. Shake her bunda just like I taught her. Splash the bunda with holy water. Liquor spice for the winter season. Your chicken is a liquor season. Yeah. Did you see what he did? The black Benz turned white and they can't believe it. Make them repeat it. That's some new shit. They've never seen it. You should feel it. Meet and greet it. I'll be a genius if I didn't think with my penis. Get them thinking I'm awesome. Man, them approach with caution. True say we came with the bun, some, but true say we came for the bunda. Some round thing that I can put my paws on. Did you see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with my bones, some niggas wanna try something. Did you see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with the bones, some niggas wanna try something. Came smelling like I robbed a 9 bar. Looking for the baddest diva. Hold up, let me analyze her. Body looking like a hypnotizer. Come, let me try something you can climb on. Oh, you're a shy one, who you tryna hide from? Baby, jump in a black ride and put your friend in a white one. I'm a pencil addict, pulled up in traffic. Me and my friends switch cars and they look like magic. They never seen such a skinny man in a big puffer jacket. That's unfamiliar. Came looking like a bodybuilder. Out here it's windy and I don't wonder I'm into you now. Don't you wanna see the interior? Did you see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with my bones, some niggas wanna try something. Did you see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with the bones, some niggas wanna try something. You see what I done? Came in a black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with my bones, and my niggas wanna try something. Did you see what I done? Came in the black Benz, left in the white one. I'm just a hoodlum, I came with the bones, and my niggas wanna try something.
Do you want my number? That way you can call me every time I'm coming to town. And then I will drive up to your house and take you out to dinner. I don't expect nothing at all. But what if we happen to kiss? Then we touch, put a rush on it and get it over with. What if I just know what you like and it feels right? Then it's over with. What if I don't call you back? Prove you right and all this lasts just one night.
Maybe we should slow it down, slow it down.
DJ Rockstar.
Hey girl, I'm back in Atlanta. Second dates are lovely. This time you should choose where we go. Need suggestions? How about the movies? Mini golf or ice cream? I'm not picky, you let me know. But what if we happen to kiss? Then we touch, put a rush on it and get it over with. What if I just know what you like and it feels right? Then it's over with. What if I don't call you back? Prove you right. All this lasts just one night.
Maybe we should slow it down, slow it down.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Hey, little mama, how you doing? What's cracking, man? I'm tryna hold back, but you so attractive, damn. I studied your body language, I don't have to cram. But maybe we should move slow like a traffic jam. Cause if I crack a joke, I know what happens next. You'll probably crack a smile, then we'll be having sex. And I know after a while, you're gonna have regrets. Because tomorrow, I'll be just another cat you met. And last night won't really matter. All because I'd rather hit and run like
Lift me up, hold me down, keep me close, safe and sound. Burning in a hopeless dream. Hold me when you go to sleep. Keep me in the warmth of your love when you depart. Keep me safe, safe and sound.
5, 6, 7, 8. Dance with me in my backyard, boy. Looking super fine in your corduroy. Drive me round the block, we can go in a loop. And we'll turn the vibe up on some good boy band tunes. I feel the fresh air, I can feel your eyes staring. I'm not gonna lie, I get a little bit scared. My heart is on wings and living in dreams.
off all my friends just to make a statement. But damn, it feels nice with the sun in my eyes. And I swear on my life that I'm not gonna cry till I feel the fresh air and I feel your eyes stare. And I'm not gonna lie, get a little bit scared. My heart is on wings, I'm living in dreams. And at the top of our lungs we sit. Everything is perfect. All our words were worth it. Dancing around like a clown at the circus. Backyard boy, you make me nervous.
Go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Yeah, I don't wanna fall asleep, I don't wanna pass away. I've been thinking of our future cause I'll never see those days. I don't know why this has happened, but I probably deserve it. I tried to do my best, but you know that I'm not perfect. I've been praying for forgiveness, you've been praying for my health. When I leave this earth, hoping you'll find someone else. Cause yeah, we still young, there's so much we haven't done. Getting married, start a family, watch your husband with his son. I wish it could be me, but I won't make it off this bed. I hope I go to heaven so I see you once again. My life was kinda short, but I got so many blessings. Happy you were mine, it sucks that it's all ending. For too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head.
I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Yeah, hey.
Don't stay awake for too long. Don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Yeah. I'm happy that you're here with me, I'm sorry if I tear up. When me and you were younger, you would always make me cheer up. Taking goofy videos and walking through the park. You would jump into my arms every time you heard a bark. Cuddle in your sheets, sang me sound asleep. And sneak out through your kitchen at exactly 1:03. Sundays went to church, and Mondays watched a movie. Soon you'll be alone, sorry that you have to lose me. Too long, don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and down out of bed.
Don't stay awake for too long. Don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Don't stay awake for too long. Don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed.
Don't stay awake for too long. Don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and going out of bed. Don't stay awake for too long. Don't go to bed. I'll make a cup of coffee for your head. I'll get you up and
You've expressed explicitly your contempt for matrimony. You student loans to pay, it will not rest the alimony. We spent our days locked in a room, pretend inside a bubble. And in the nighttime we go out and scour the streets for
Check. Hey guys, just a quick heads up. This is your 30-minute warning until we get started. So grab coffee, breakfast, talk to each other. See you in a half hour.
Coca-Cola eyes are out of my face. I checked your phone and no surprises. She's grinning from ear to ear in purple lace. So take your orchids elsewhere, elsewhere. I loved you to death, but now I don't really care, 'cause you're running around over there. Yeah, you're running around over there. And now I don't really care, 'cause you're running around over there. And now I don't really care, 'cause you're running around over there. I'll miss your t-shirt in the rain, the one that makes you look like Jared Way, eating grapes in the back of the party, throwing hands 'cause she drank your Bacardi. I know it's kinda dumb, but I miss the way you dressed all punk, with the black and the studs and the ripped up gloves. Bet she loved your tough guy front. So take your orchids elsewhere, elsewhere. I loved you to death, but now I don't really care, 'cause you're running around over there. Yeah, you're running around over there. And now I don't really care, 'cause you're running around over there. And now I don't really care, 'cause you're running around over there. Over our short hair, pretend like this
think we could do it if we tried. If only to say you're mine. Sophia, know that you and I shouldn't feel like a crime. I think we could do it if we tried. If only to say you're mine. Sophia, know that you and I shouldn't feel like a crime. You know I'll do anything you ask me to. But oh my God, I think I'm in love with you. Standing here alone now, think that we could drive around. I just wanna say how I love you with your head down. Baby, you don't gotta fight, I'll be here till the end of time. Wishing that you were mine, pull you in, it's alright. I think we could do it if we tried. If only to say you're mine. Sophia, know that you and I shouldn't feel like a crime. Honey, I don't want it to fade. There's things that I know could get in the way. I don't want to say goodbye. I think that we could do it if we tried. I think we could do it if we tried. If only to say you're mine. Sophia, know that you and I shouldn't feel like a crime. I think we could do it if we tried. I think we could do it if we tried. I know that you and I should feel like a crime. Sophia, know that you and
Baby, you are something. Those say you're not fool. Do you know what I know? Do you feel this?
Check, check, check. 10-minute warning, you guys. Start making your way to your seat if you would. We're getting ready to get started. 10 minutes out.
she likes pot plants inside, cold hands and tea-stained cups, brick houses and winter when it's not cold outside. Cool socks and midnight drives and old phones, analog clocks. Grace is the type that I will just fall in love with. But I can't be falling in love. Stop, man, just fall in love. No way, I can't fall in love just yet. But I wanna fall in love, but don't wanna waste it all on someone who comes and goes like that. But I'll say sometime the time will come where we'll cross paths and life goes on. And when that time does come, I'm gonna fall in love with Grace. I'll say sometime the time will come where we'll cross paths and life will go on. And when that time does come, I'm gonna fall in love with Grace, singing, oh Grace, singing, oh Grace. Grace said she's got a boyfriend somewhere. He likes to shout on the phone. They're always mad at each other when they're both alone.
Not now, later.
Yeah, I wish that I could have her, 'cause baby looks so cool. But Grace only likes guys that are in love with her. But I can't be falling in love. Stop, man, just fall in love. No way, I can't fall in love just yet. But I wanna fall in love, but don't wanna waste it all at a time where it's vulnerable and like this. But I'll say sometime the time will come where we'll cross paths and life goes on. And when that time does come, I wanna fall in love with Grace. I'll say sometime the time will come where we'll cross paths and life will go on. And when that time does come, I'm gonna fall in love with Grace, singing, oh Grace, singing, oh Grace, oh, oh Grace, yeah, singing, oh Grace.
Check, 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 check. David? Amazing. All right, all right. We are officially kicking off the Whalies. Can you believe it? People made it, people didn't make it, but we're bonding over the shared suffering. That Telegram group is just one of my favorite things about this. I'm Rob, CMO here at Triple. Really, woo! Little stressed, but super grateful that everybody came out. We have over $500 million of GMV in this room right here, which is pretty incredible. So talk to me if you want to meet anybody. A little bit of housekeeping. You should either have a lanyard or a wristband that will get you into everything tonight. We rented out one of the best barbecue joints in the city. So if you don't have one of those, you're not getting in. What else? Tomorrow night, big after party rager. Black tie optional, so wear whatever you want. We made those tuxedo t-shirts just for you if you didn't want to dress up. What else I got? I think that's it. Oh, there is not a QR code here, so there's a Notion doc floating around that has everything up to date, all the locations, everything you need. And then, yeah, only requirements, have fun, meet some people, meet new people, build deep connections. And then I think that's all I got. The schedule will be pretty fluid. It'll be a running schedule, so we'll try and keep to it. But as you guys have seen, there is always something. So again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for making it out to this beautiful city, Austin, even though it hasn't been incredibly welcoming to everybody. And then I'm going to toss it over to our wonderful head of community who helped put all this on. And he's going to MC most of the event and intro one of my favorite humans to start it off, my mentor, my muse, the beautiful Nick Shackelford. Here you go, Nick.
Thanks, Rama. The joke that we've been telling internally is that the weather was the bouncer. So you guys made it in. Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Super excited. One little additional piece of housekeeping, which is that, like, if you need to, the restrooms are back here because occasionally folks have not figured that out yet. If you need to go, just go. Like, we're going to kind of try and run a tight ship. We have had to play a little bit of whack-a-mole with the schedule, but let's get the show on the road. So this first speaker is kind of an interesting story. I first met him in Miami when Rabah came up to me and he said, "Have you met Shaq yet?" And I was like, "Oh my God, Shaq is here?" And he said, "Yes." He said, "Well, this one is an ex-athlete from Los Angeles." So anyway, that turned out to be Nick Shackelford, and he's our first speaker. After playing professional soccer for the LA Galaxy, Nick jumped into online consumer marketing and helped introduce the fidget spinner into the U.S. market, something my kids would like to personally thank you for. Now co-founder of StructuredSocial.com, which handles umbrella e-commerce marketing for 8-figure brands. He's spent time across a variety of industries from LED lights to baby clothes. He continues to redefine himself as a force in Facebook campaigns and PPC marketing. And now he's going to tell us how to get fired as an agency. Nick, come on up.
Thank you. All right. So this is unfortunately the beginning of a very long day in a room with the same people for 2 days straight. And I'm excited to kick it off because after this, I don't have to stress anymore. I don't have to think about anything that I've already shared. And the best thing about this, you'll completely forget what I just talked about in the next 20 minutes because there's so many more speakers after me. So I only need a couple of eyes for the rest of the day. And how to get fired is not necessarily just for agencies, but it's actually for the brands to know who the fuck they need to fire. In the last 60 days, how many of you guys have fired somebody or been fired? Okay. In the last 30 days, how many have been fired? Who fired someone today? Almost. Soon. Well, it's still early, so we have plenty of time. This is Nick. This is my drawing of myself. This is how I perceive myself. I don't look like this anymore, unfortunately. In March of 2020, in March of 2022, I stepped down as CEO of Structured, of Constant, of GeekX, which was Geek Out. Patents, they're important. And Lucid is I'm a partner on this. All things in the agency and deliverable space. The reason why I stepped down was because to be a CEO, it's very, very important to do this. But especially if you do it in the paid media space, especially if you do it in the agency space, and especially if you do it in the deliverable space, you have a lot of things that you have to pay attention to. And remember, I got this email. And some of you guys probably already had this before. I'll read it. Team has been great from the start. Thank you for getting us to where we are. This email notes a 30-day opt-out. 2 things I notice here. 1, if we're so great, why are you leaving? 2, who the fuck says TYSM? I've never gotten an email like that. TYSM? And that's what put me down this path, that CRO. Someone that's just focused on partnerships and revenue. This is all I care about. So we went really hard. So I was like, thank you. Way to start the year. And I got, okay, we're going to compose stuff. We're going to understand exactly what needs to happen. But then like all of us in this space that work with somebody or someone pays us, you look at that P&L and you're like, did they make up how much of my revenue? Oh, that's how much it meant. And so when you start analyzing all the things that you've been doing and where it went, and you start freaking out, you don't understand necessarily what you need to do or how you need to do it, because you go down and you analyze all the great things. Man, you made the perfect deck. The deck was so fire, it slapped. Everybody was super happy about it. They were emojiing all your Slack messages and you had your alignment across the entire board. Look, they even started sending heart emojis in the channel and they were loving it. Things were fire. No way they're leaving me. They loved it. That Loom video smashed. But what happens oftentimes, especially as you as the brands or you as the agencies trying to service them, you have to understand what went wrong and how it went wrong. This is what I've been trying to focus on. Since December 2020, we've been fired 2.37 times a day across everything. When that happens, you have to understand why it's happening, where you need to go. So I did what all I had to do. I went back to every single one of my mentors. Andy Castellano, first agency, 2017. Alzon Folaron, PepsiCo, second agency, 2019. All the way through Common Thread, and then I went to my own team. All my mentors, all the people that were working within the service and industries wholeheartedly came out to a couple of core things that we learned. This was the mind map, nothing for you guys to fully see here, but it's about what went wrong and where it went wrong. And so it's always coming back to these two core balances. One is what's the relationship and what's the performance? It's consistent balance. If the relationship is strong, performance can potentially drop. If performance is strong, relationship could potentially drop. And so we bucketed this consistently. It comes down to core communication, the personnel that's servicing, and the overall cost in which you are to that brand or you are to that partner or that service partner. Then on the performance side, it's always coming down to revenue, strategy, and overall insights. This is the core buckets that if you were to take it into consideration, if you're evaluating who a partner is and why they're going to be your partner, it's going to fall into these categories every single time. So if I were to sit in communication, as we bucketed, this is what the overall course will be at today. Expectations and cadence, strategy overall, what does scope look like, and I have a really nice hot take for you guys on where scope should be and why it should be this way. And then general performance, personnel and revenue. These are the core buckets if you were to analyze your team and how it affects and how it goes across. This is where you should be. I posted this on Twitter. This was a very interesting take, both from the brand side and both from the agency side. And if you want to see the comments, you guys can go through it. It did hit, it did smack. And I analyzed how these partners come into us is the certain way of how we should analyze it and how we should take it into consideration. So we have a couple core personal brands that's how we drive, that's how we get people to become partners of ours, whether it's for myself, other partner, or my third partner, or now our fifth partner on all the agencies we've been a part of. Every time there was an entry point, whether it was from a specific topic, a specific video, or a specific story, that's what the expectation now has to be set at. That expectation that we set it at specifically leads to the specific page in which they land on. When you start analyzing who's hitting what page based on what piece of content that they came from, that final message needs to be completely different. So as they're coming in and the expectations are this, those pages are very clear and very necessary. So for instance, on my touch point, as soon as that hits in, that touch point should look like something like this. Call is scheduled. She came in on Jan 6, call scheduled communication by Jan 10, because they self-select. That triggers an in-channel communication for the team to begin audit, begin planning, and begin performance. What they need, how they need it, where they're gonna get it. So now the whole team knows. This is all just a straight flow that kind of continues so the rest of the team understands, so the expectations can be set from the start. Lastly, here's what happens when they get that core email, what it looks like, how it's communicated. And then, what we all cared about. You want to be speedy but not needy. That follow-up message to me was something that we really had to balance. You can't show too much, but you need to let them know that they are still a priority. Too quick to respond, this person is not busy enough, they don't have enough business to deal with. Too slow to respond, unprofessional. Build in the downsell. This is something that we did not do very well, and a lot of the bigger teams start to have. They need to have something. Not everybody needs a full service. Not everybody needs everything that they have for you, but there's something valuable that they can take away, especially if they want to be a part of your team. And the overall team that does that work, that does the audit, that does the inbounding, needs to be incentivized. Generally speaking, this is cash. Overall response time. So we have a 1-7-30-day cadence. This core communication sits around what trends happen on the core channels that they're using, and it always includes recommendations. We split tested this across 200 brands. No recommendations, questions, churn happens within the next week to 2 weeks. Full recommendations, you extend some of those life of communication. Setting strategy, right? Always have it include the 90-day roadmap. This is on the onboard, so they can understand especially what happens. So from the sales, from the close, all the way through second, third, fourth month, this has been able to save and allow us to kind of stay in business and keep people moving where they need to move. And lastly, our overall workflow. This never changes. This is after all the work that we've been able to do to make sure that how things operate and how they are going to stick with us for a long period of time. This sticks with every single brand that comes through to everybody that's servicing it as well. This is new. We've liked this. This has happened since November of last year. This timeline, again, expectations continue to be set and people feel more comfortable. The core callouts I'll give to you guys here. When we include, just include everything, all the data that they have to have and when they need to have it. Baked in monthly and quarterly. Lastly, big question that I really wanted people to understand this. If you're a brand, outsource, how fast do they need to reply? Who believes under 30 minutes? Full reply. 60? 90? Okay. It's kind of all over the place. And no one said under 30, which is pretty weird because I'm sure if you guys audit your time and how stressed you feel, you're like, this motherfucker hasn't responded to me in how long? Yeah, you guys freak out. Most people said under 90 minutes. How we got away from this is we acknowledge immediately as soon as it was responded in the channel with just some sort of like emoji, hey, I got you, you're good. And then within 6 hours, a full thoughtful reply. That has built a good system and process because this is the hardest thing to get done because expectations are, we sell human capital. That's what an agency is. We allocate brain, we allocate thoughts to this. You have to give some real time and you want to do some real work for people too. All right, we moved everybody from a weekly to bi-weekly. I don't think you necessarily have to have communication on a weekly basis. If you're spending in a significant clip, that might be a little bit of a different play, especially on major buy times. I think that can go back to weekly. Avoma, anybody familiar with Fireflies or call tracking or call presenting? Fireflies, get away from it, go to Avoma. Better call tracking, save your ass, save your team. It'll allow you guys to keep everybody accountable, especially when it kind of produces a little bit more of a accountability play for your team and the team that you're communicating with. Quarterly cross-sell, very self-explanatory. So I call this scope scale. I'm gonna talk about this, it's not that bad. I promise you, scope creep is proper. We want that. That means there's more services that they need. It means things that they actually can be in communication with and you can have partnerships around it. Why I love an event like this is because you have core people that just do influencers, you have core people that just do paid media, you have core people that just do content. That should be a rev source. That should stay a rev source. You don't necessarily always have to do it, but you need to be able to know where to put it. That's just me. Just much chubbier and yeah, I just like that picture, sorry. We use a couple of these inside our overall team. So not a part of any of these. There's a Creative Cockpit one, which it is what it is. Statless, Veros, Hawk AI, Motion, and Creative Cockpit. This is the industry tools that we use to give benchmarks so that we can communicate to other teams. This way we can feel comfortable with giving recommendations based on what's actually happening in the market. Great partners, no affiliation. We built our own internal play, so this way when we give updates to brands and teams, they know that it's not just off of a nuanced communication or a nuanced topic. They can see there's actually significance around what's being done and how it's being done. This is how we provide updates, and this is seen that when you join a partner, they have a community around it. They're gonna respond in a way where it's not just a one-on-one play. Perception is a little bit larger. Lastly, it's always gonna be strategist-led, internal education, and monthly, not weekly. Here's the last play around personnel revenue. we've acquired 4 agencies in the last 2 years. On doing this, the only way we've been able to successfully do this is by building a core pod system to where we can kind of pull in and pull out the right amount of employees as we need it. This is the team that we build on. This is the builder platform. It's a little bit more sophisticated at this point, but this is exactly how we built our team with margins that you want to kind of take home, depending on how much you sell and where you sell it. So this should pop into a Google Sheet that you guys can just save and kind of do your own thing. 3, 2, 1. Lastly, we call it the 5x3 you can't leave me. If you have a bill to an outsourced team that's in a 5-figure mark and you are not servicing them on 3 core services, they are going to leave you. We've seen this, we've tested this, we've seen it. If they're going to pay you $15,000 to $30,000 a month and you're not doing 3 core deliverables to them, they're not going to stick with you. You have to find a way to position this in a way where it's paid search content, strategy search content, however you need to do it, analyze your book of biz, because a brand is not going to feel good ripping a check to you that's going to be in the 6 figures at the end of the year when they know they can build an internal team for this. Happens. This is unfortunate. We call that wrapping the reward. So if you know that they're about to do, and as you see, it's a little bit color-coded, green means they haven't done back-to-back months with us at 6 figures, or sorry, at 5 figures. Yellow means this is their 2nd month of a 5-figure bill, and the red means this is the 3rd month of their 5-figure bill. As soon as this gets triggered for our success team, the overall group around it, they are now triggered that we have to put something back in front of them that we eat the cost on, or we do it at cost, meaning we'll provide content, or we'll provide an audit, we'll provide email, we'll provide SMS. This way you can extend the life on this, because look, we all understand the margins that we're trying to operate, and so do the brands now. There's a lot of content for brands to feel comfortable about what they should or shouldn't be paying for. And in the economy that we're currently in 2023, I'm sure you guys are having these conversations now. There's a lot of wandering eyes. A lot of people really, really looking to see what the best cash is. The biggest things that we learned, part-time to prove it. We don't bring anybody on full-time. They might be full-time for the hours they're giving into it, but they're going to be staying a contractor. It protects me and my cash, it protects the way that we operate, and allows me to forecast a little bit better based on sales. HR headhunter ASAP. We should have done this when we were at 30 people. We're at 125 people now on 4 teams. I would have done this 20 to 30, a person that's just in the team, pure HR, and they're always hunting and stealing other people's employees. Firmly believe in stealing other people's employees. They've already done it. They're already on a good team. And most people that are not looking for work are probably the ones that the companies don't want to lose it. There's an interesting book. It's called Amp It Up. Those that are looking for work generally are doing it for a reason. If not, they probably already have a great job. So when you're needing to go find the talent or finding the teams that you have, this is what happens when you have the headhunter. We have these on look at all the time. LinkedIn, LinkedIn is the year of 2023. If you are not spending any of your time on LinkedIn, both as a brand or both as an agency or both as an individual, you're wasting a massive opportunity, I promise you that. That's the core. I have one call to action. This is why we're here, right? We spend a lot of time, effort, and money to get away from our people, get away from our families, get away from our kids or pets. It's very difficult. Make connections this week. This is one of the most impressive groups ever. This is a SaaS company throwing a fucking event. Why? Like, what? This shouldn't happen. It's very incredible. And so I want to appreciate you guys for your time. And I hope you guys have a great rest of the weekend. Take care.
Thanks, Nick. We got a couple minutes before we could actually go ahead of time, but we got a couple of minutes until the top of the hour when the next, actually, do you want to go ahead and tee up the next one, Rama? Let's do it. Okay. All right, lots of great insight in the first talk. Thanks again, Nick. Let's tell you a little bit about who we've got coming to the stage next. You guys may have heard of 100 Thieves. Francis Nguyen is the director of e-commerce. He's going to be joined by Nate Lagos, who's head of marketing from Original Green, and Barry Hott, who's a growth marketing consultant. Shout out to all of them. Francis leads up all things e-commerce at 100 Thieves, a premium lifestyle brand, a gaming organization, High Ground, a gaming keyboard company, and Juvie, so you can stay awake to do the other two things, a freshly dropped rejuvenation drink. Hailing from South Carolina, Nate Lagos is head of marketing for Original Grain, has served as the CMO and advisor to several other D2C brands. His success has come from his creative direction, executing influencer and brand collaborations, and passion for aggressive retention marketing strategies. And it sounds like you guys may know Barry already. He's a growth marketing consultant and advisor. He's been in the ads game since 2008, responsible for over $600 million in social ads managed and billions of dollars in ads reviewed. He's the king of making ugly ads, and Barry's an expert in social ad strategy and execution. And today, they're going to hop up here and tell us a little bit about polished performance marketing. Fellas, you want to come on up? Round of applause.
Thanks. Thank you.
What's up, guys? How is everyone? Awake, clearly. That's awesome.
Yo, this is like my first time, so hi.
This is everyone's first Whalies, to be fair. Right?
True.
Was there a previous Whalies? Robin? Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Cool.
Cool. Well, hey, everyone. My name's Nate. I'm in charge of marketing for Original Grain. We make watches out of unique and reclaimed materials. That's my intro.
Yeah, I'm Francis, director of e-commerce. Work on a keyboard company named High Ground, 100 Thieves Apparel, and a new energy drink called Juvie. Rob has been drinking way too much Juvie, way too much Juvie. And that's coming from me.
It's delicious.
And I'm Barry. I'm that guy that tweets a lot about that you guys make too many pretty ads and you should make uglier ads. So that's me. I have done a lot of advertising on social for a long time, and I kind of don't really have any clients right now. So I'm kind of figuring out my stuff, which is awesome.
The first shameless plug of the show.
No, I'm not. I'm not looking for any clients actually right now. No, thank you. But I'm figuring out my own stuff. So that's what I'm up to right now.
Amazing. All right, let's jump in first. I'm going to start with you, Barry, and then we'll just walk it down. How do you think of marketing media mix? Like when you're bringing on a client or like what are you thinking about in terms of channels? Is it FB, Google? What's that % split? And then I want to hear from you, Francis, and I want to hear from you, Nate.
I mean, it all depends. Classic. Of course, I'm going to say it depends. I'm the it depends guy, where it depends diapers. And no, I'm just kidding. That's a bad joke. But
first bad joke of the conference. Two things.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to look at what the business needs. Like if it's a new business, net new, I'm going to be heavily focused on intent. Like I want to be focused on the low intent stuff. Facebook ads, TikTok, like that's my high priority when I'm like getting started for a new brand. That's the most important thing to me. Unless it's a product in which there is intent for that product or that problem, then you go look at Google, Pinterest, whatever, and then I'm going to figure out the mix based on that. But to be honest, like marketing mix is not even something that I'm tasked with usually. Like I'm more of the guy who's like, okay, we know our marketing mix kind of, like we know where we want to go. How do we do that on Facebook? Like that's me. How do we do that without screwing it up? How do we do that as best we can with creative?
Quick ancillary question. Have you seen accounts that are not Facebook first, meaning Facebook is not the lion's share of the account?
If it's self-selecting, right? Because like if they were, those people wouldn't be talking to me, right? Okay. Like maybe they would because they like did something else first, and then they're like, oh yeah, Barry, we need to get Facebook going. But usually it's, if someone's talking to me, they're like, yeah, we did Facebook a little bit and we need some help. And those are the people that are usually coming to me.
What about you, Francis?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think it really depends on the business. Again, I hate to cop out that type of answer, but like for something like Juvie, we started late last year, growing brand. I think like CPG is a really ruthless business to kind of get into, but like we're headstrong and we're jumping into it. It's less about LTV for us. It's more about finding areas where we have immediate CAC buyback. So it's like, hey, like how are we finding the strongest and most efficient markets for us. As a gaming brand, conceived as a gaming brand, it's like us looking at, again, Twitch, looking at some of the tried and true areas that you see like G Fuel or Ghost getting into, where we know that we can play ball really well there. You don't need to like reinvent the wheel here. Like I think people really try and find the edge, and it's like, no, like it's already there, the path's there. It's just how do you put your own spin on it? For like our marketing mix in like a cost-constrained environment, we're down to go scrappy. We're going on like affiliates, we're going with creators. We're looking for people that are actually out there to make great content for us. So great example for one is that I use a amazing guy, his name's Chow Codes, and he's just spin ball, just creating amazing content for us. And then we're able to double dip into that, finding that as like creative for ads or finding that as creative for reposting and content, and then harnessing it. Something like High Ground, it's a bit more explored. But again, for us, it's finding efficiencies with TikTok, finding efficiencies in Facebook. Facebook's been kind of more of like a retargeting point for us, because if you look at like our post-purchase, TikTok doesn't make the line share from like a in-platform view or from like an attribution view, but if you look at it from post-purchase, it's our top. If people first hear about us from TikTok, and then we start exploring how do we expand it from there? How do we bridge like TikTok to Facebook, TikTok to email, TikTok to YouTube, etc.
Yeah, multi-touch journey. I love that.
Yep.
OG, how do you guys do it over there?
Facebook's still taking the majority of our budget. Google's following closely behind. Performance Max campaigns have been crushing for us. And then the only other channel we're spending on is sponsoring YouTube creators, which has been our highest ROAS channel this past year. I've actually got the opposite take. I think TikTok ads for most brands are a waste of time. I think there's plenty of brands in this room that are proven you can get to mid 8 figures doing Facebook and Google excellently. And I know last year we spent $100K on TikTok trying to make it work, and it never did. So in Q3, we stopped running all of our TikTok ads and put all that time and money into creating better creative landing pages and offers for Facebook. And the results were insane. We're getting better results on Facebook than we've had in years. That's something I want to encourage you guys with. There's a bunch of shiny objects with new platforms and SaaSes and everything, but doubling down on what works has been really big for our growth.
Yeah, I got to give you my hot take there, and in agreement, is that I actually do not necessarily agree with the idea of just testing to test, because like testing to test is like money. Testing to test is like using your time and resources that could be focused on way more poignant and way more opportunistic moments. So be careful with that idea of like, hey, let's just jump out and jump and throw cash or time or revenue into all these areas that you just heard someone did. I'm probably eating my own words or like speaking against what I'm saying right now, but like just be very careful with like how you're investing your time and money into looking at new opportunities.
I hate the let's just test it idea. Like there are some things where I love randomness and like throwing stuff out there and trying new stuff. But man, I've had some clients that like when we're talking about something and I'm like, this isn't really what we need to do. They're like, no, just test it. And I'm like, well, that takes time and energy and resources, and like we don't have that. Like it's not infinite. We have to be focused. But yeah, I still think like I don't know, Nate, like the TikTok thing, like I've seen it. It works for some brands, you know, and it's not for every brand, and it also like sucks. But you can easily spend $100K on any platform if you don't get the creative right. You don't make ugly ads. If you don't get the creative right, you miss and you lose a lot of money, and it sucks.
Curious, who has run TikTok ads in the last year? Everyone. Who has been profitable on first order on TikTok ads?
I mean, you're assuming that the attribution is immediate, right? Like,
sure.
I don't know if we want to get into that.
Is TikTok taking the majority of anyone's budget?
Well, hold on. I want to put a stake there though. With the people that are profitable on the ads, what's your AOVs like? What's your
Good
AOV
question.
like, Brandon? 30. See that? So that's my thesis as well. Is like sub 100 is actually a really. I think there's something that I don't know if I dubbed this or who dubbed this, but called product channel fit. And so like for us in Triple Whale, we found a really strong product channel fit on Twitter. Twitter has a super low ceiling, but there's really influential people on there. And candidly, we found the same thing with TikTok, where we actually had a lot of breakthroughs, few videos over 1 million views, blah, blah, blah. Zero business impact. And so we basically had to cut it, right? Because it becomes
zero that you can track, right? Like,
no, I mean, literally, like, we would have 1 million views videos, no site visit, like, there was no repercussions. And I think, kind of going back to your point, Barry, there's things that can generate attention, and there's things that can generate intention. And I think TikTok does a really good job of generating attention.
Say that again. That was a bar.
But yeah, line for line, baby. There's channels that can generate intention, and there's channels that can generate attention. And I think TikTok does an incredible job of generating attention. And you can, there's an arbitrage there if the AOV is in that kind of like fun, quick value prop, like the fidget spinner, shout out Shaq, like things of that nature where it's really quick. The visuals make really sense. Also, Isaac's here as well with really cool swords. So products that really lend well to the platform. Again, that product channel fit, I think, can do really well there. But yeah, I've found, so I guess for everybody buying ads, whose number one channel is still Facebook? Raise your hand. Oh, wow, okay. Whose number one channel is Google? Okay, and then whose number one channel is TikTok, Pins, Snap, RIP? Really? TikTok. Let's go. What's the product? Or you don't have to be super specific, but shapewear. And what AOV? Okay, perfect. Yeah, so my thesis is still intact. But yeah, that's incredible. Another thing you talked about, so kind of a little segue, is you're pretty heavy in terms of the automated media buying, right? So I want to start with you, and then we'll come to Barry, or we'll come this way. But tell me a little bit about like PMax. Tell me about ASC. Like you said, you're finding a lot of success there, and I guess give people a little bit of background what those are if people aren't familiar.
I'm the wrong guy to do that.
Okay.
Advantage Plus is a new Facebook ad that works better for us. That's my detailed explanation of it.
That's all it is.
No, it's
I like it.
It's been great for us to be able to test.
on the panel?
Because we're making money.
The too long didn't read. They're basically black boxes that you can put money into and creative into, and they either print you money or don't. We'll just keep it at that.
So it's for us unlocked a much more efficient way to test a large amount of content at scale and get results on what creative is working and what isn't quicker. So we're currently spending 100% of our Facebook budget on Advantage Plus campaigns, and then with PMax on Google as well, we've shifted almost all of our budget to it. When I came into OG just over a year ago, we were spending a lot of money on agencies, and to their credit, they were doing a lot of work for us. But we have found a much more simplified way of media buying that's cheaper for us to execute, takes less time for us to execute, and makes us a lot more money.
That is the explanation of PMax and Advantage Shopping Plus, right? Like, is that you don't need to do a lot of those things anymore, and now you can just focus on creative, which is what really matters.
And landing pages. Francis.
Yeah, and landing pages. Thank you. Yeah.
What's your take on the Advantage Plus or Google PMax? Do you like it? Not like it?
It's really hard for me to kind of have visualizations on that. Like it is working for us on like face value, but the tough part here is that like we drop products almost every month. So it's not like, hey, we run one product and we're running it all year long. It's like, hey, we have this new Gundam drop. We have this new Evergreen keyboard that we're dropping. We have this new energy drink flavor or something like that. All those areas and all those items makes it really difficult because we're just cycling content, creative, consistently through the months. So by like on paper again, yeah, it looks better for us, but I'm not totally down to say like, oh yeah, it's great considering that each drop has its own set of segments and customers that we're playing
Dude,
with.
drops are hard for, I mean, I'd love, if someone's like, hears me say drops are hard and disagrees with that, please come up to me after. I'll pay you to tell me why
Drops are very hard for sure. I think, look, I'm in a fortunate position that I have amazing product teams. We have amazing apparel department. We have an amazing core team at Juvie, and we have an amazing keyboard development team that's just making so much space. They've done all the hard work. I'm just here to throw it in people's faces, and hopefully they buy.
Yeah, I mean, my goal is like in my life is to find the like offer that I can keep using. The not just offer, but like the aesthetic, the creative, everything that I can do that can be streamlined to be used over and over again in perpetuity. Like if I can make an ad today that I can use for 5 years, that's my dream. And like I've made ads that have lasted years, which is insane to think about. But with a drop, you can't do that. And by the way, the ads weren't that great. Like I didn't make that great of an ad. It was like a picture of like flowers. It's not that big of a deal. But like with drops, you don't know. It takes so much energy or luck to get it right from an ad perspective, right? For other reasons, like drops are amazing. Like obviously you can speak about that more than I could. But just from an ad perspective, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, I think a great example, and I was just talking to Robbo about that, is that's the 100 Thieves 2022 jersey that came out. When we launched that, people were like, man, that's hella sus as fuck. Like, I don't know if that's like...
Are you actually
catching strays up here?
Is it actually sponsored?
Like people were
That
just like,
means it's
yo,
not
dude.
good for those of
Dude,
you
people
that
were like, man, a rugby jersey for esports and gaming. I don't know about that. I kind of like it, but I want like my nylon jersey. We launched our new 2023 version this year, which is using performance material with a collar, and now everyone's like, bro, we missed the rugby jersey. We want that back. Like, why can't we get that version? So yeah, for sure, drops are difficult, and you're kind of anticipating demand. My priority is to trying to figure out how I can use performance marketing from an ad basis, from my owned and operated channels to fill the funnel, which is highly underrated. And when we launch that product, we have that sale.
How many people here are running Advantage Plus campaigns on Facebook? Oh, less than I would think. Amazing. How many people are running PMAX? Interesting. Oh, okay. So more PMAX than that.
Well, wait. It's possible some people don't have access to Advantage shopping campaigns. To be fair,
Well,
some people still
in this
complain
room, I
about
don't
that.
know. This room's a
I
bunch
don't
of
know.
killers. Probably not, but that's a fair pushback. So we have kind of seen the TikTok rage kind of peak, and I feel like it's either coming back or not. Like, what are your guys' kind of takes on TikTok in the future? Do you think there's any regulation risk there? Because candidly, one of the big things, like last year, I knew people that were spending real money on TikTok, and the thing that they kept coming back to was the life cycle of the ads are incredibly unpredictable and incredibly short. So they could be spending upwards of 30 to 50K a day. Life is good, and then the next day the ad just dies. And then, to your point, Barry, on Facebook, when you find that really nice niche of estimated action rate, the bid's perfect, the rankings like the auction just loves you, you can just print money for years. Like I had an ad running for a year and a half when I was running an agency that still ran. So we'll start with you, Barry, then we'll go all the way to Francis and you. What's your take in terms of the future of TikTok ads?
It's weird. It depends. No, it's definitely weird. My thought is I'm interested to see where people continue to spend time. I think there was a lot of like, oh, Instagram Reels just copied TikTok, and like people weren't into it. But now I know tons of people like they just spend their time watching Reels or YouTube Shorts. I love opening my YouTube app to either watch a video or watch a short. I'm eager to see what that turns into. The crazy opportunity is that like that style of video, that like attention grabbing, attention keeping, vertical format video that is a TikTok, that is a Reel, it is a YouTube Short, it is a Snapchat, whatever it's called, who cares? All of those are the same format of video. And now you can make that style. If you do it well on one, it should do well on multiple. And Twitter, oh my gosh, you can run those videos on Twitter too. So to me, it's more about that video style than it is about TikTok specifically. And I am really interested to see where users will be a year from now. Are those users, are you people going to be using TikTok as a user? Or are you going to be using Instagram Reels more? Are you going to be using YouTube Shorts more? There's a weird war of all of those that is happening right now, and it's only going to get like more intense. So I don't know.
And then TikTok gets banned this year or does not in the States?
I don't think so, but for me, just so you know, I don't care.
Because I didn't ask if you cared. I asked a yes or no question.
Yeah.
This obfuscating up here is killing me, Smalls.
Yeah. No, it's like, I don't care just because of the point of that video style now is everywhere, right? Every platform has that. And that's
But every platform doesn't have TikTok usage. I mean, that's the whole point. Like,
I mean-
the best billboard in the world doesn't matter if it's in the desert and nobody sees it. And
I'd agree with you about that like a year ago, right? But now Instagram Reels is massive. YouTube Shorts is massive.
Instagram is massive though. Dude, I've spent so much. Instagram ads are back. I buy crazy stuff all the time on Instagram, and I text Lex, and she just always just sends me the like shaking head emoji of like, what are you doing? What are you going to use that for? I bought a rock. Anyways, that's not here nor there.
You bought a rock?
Where's my man?
Sorry, we have 15 minutes. I need to spend 15 minutes talking about the rock that you
those
bought.
cool geodes with amethyst stuff. I got into chakras and stuff. I'm trying to follow Nick's path, align it up, baby. Clear my energies. Clear energies.
Nick, are you long on rocks?
Big rock guy.
Big rock energy.
Francis, TikTok. Give me your take.
Yeah, I mean, on a personal take, I think it's been really fruitful for us. I think we're just finding a lot of great opportunities with people understanding what you mentioned, which was like channel market fit, is such a clear point for us. Just a little bit insight for like High Ground. High Ground's definitely blowing up on TikTok from like an organic perspective, but we're finding major efficiencies when we're running paid against it. We have ads that have been running 5 to 6 months that's still performing really well. Some of them are even cycling back in when we see some degradation within like 1 or 2 months. They come back in, it's like all of a sudden the algorithm says, hey, this is like in again. So, I'm just living in the moment with it. I'm not trying to think about the next part, but it would adversely affect us if that changed, if like TikTok was banned or something of the sort. I do agree with your point, Barry, that I think with the level of divergence of all this type of content and the accessibility of it, someone should be able to take that line share if something disappears, and it's just whoever can adapt fast enough to it. That's probably the end game for it. But yeah, I'm just living in the moment. I think TikTok's a amazing place to fit. It does, like, if you're selling, I don't know, pencil sharpeners on like TikTok, the cap for it's just like a very obscure point of like group of people who are pencil enthusiasts, right? Versus something like keyboards, we have like a very specific target market. We have an aspirational market for it. We know that the people that are creating content really well on TikTok are these, we call them setup kings, where they just have the dope ass like home setup that is like amazing. That's your target audience, aspirational audience, and growing audience. That's a perfect mix for us.
Do you think it gets banned this year in the States or no?
No, I don't think so.
No. Okay.
I think that's probably going to be a really weird, tight turn. And I feel like not to get political, but I feel like a judge would block it if like there was like an executive order to say like that's banned or something like that. But maybe I'm not being politically correct there, like in the actual literal term, like I don't understand the process.
No. Only the finest panelists, people. Only the finest.
I want to add, like, the thing you said about organic that's exciting and important is, like, you're not going to do paid well on that format if you're not doing organic well, right? So, like, you kind of got to start with the organic first. That's, I think, the baseline for that style is, like, start to figure out what works in organic, then amplify it with paid, like you said. That's very important.
I know your take, but let the people know.
So yeah, I'm with you. I think any brand with an AOV over $50 or $75 is going to have a tough time on there. I sell watches for $300 to $600 and found no success there. For us, we found that a long form impression is worth a lot more than a short form impression. So that's why we've invested heavily in sponsoring YouTube creators, and that's been a lot more fruitful for us.
I feel like a unicorn. I'm like, my AOV's over 100 and I have like immediate CAC like payback for that.
Hell yeah.
So
it's a chance that I just suck at TikTok ads too.
Yeah, or you've found a groove in YouTube. It might not be like the systemic thing. You might maybe just found the right format, the right style, the right like people that are creating for you on YouTube, which I think you have. And maybe you just haven't clicked yet for TikTok. Or maybe it won't. Maybe it never will, right? But that's like getting it to work on YouTube, I think is more valuable.
Yeah, it has been. So the way we kind of structure it, same way I do Facebook ads these days, I let the content do the targeting. So when there's a creator that posts 20 minutes of video 3 times a week where they're just drinking whiskey and talking about what it tastes like, sharing recipes, and I just so happen to sell watches made from whiskey barrel wood. It's been an amazing fit for us. Without looking at any demographic info from their audience, I know that there are guys watching that are used to spending, $100, $200, $400 on a bottle of whiskey. So advertising there ahead of Valentine's Day, Father's Day, Christmas has been super valuable. It's our highest ROAS channel by far.
Amazing. How many people think TikTok will get banned in the States this year? Raise your hand. 0, got it. That's it? Just Dylan? And another, the expensive tequila shots? Killing me, Smalls, killing me. And a Rohan. Okay, cool. All right. Wow, so bullish on TikTok. I like it. Amazing. All right. We're going to have one more question, and then Kevin has the catch box somewhere that he's going to throw around, and we can open it up for a Q&A as well. Or somebody has a catch box running around here somewhere. You're on it? Okay, cool. The last question I would have to kind of round things up, do you have any weird metrics that you like that really drive kind of where you deploy capital, or a mix of metrics that you look at that you want to unveil here at the Whalies?
Weird metric. Spend. Yeah. Charlie, I knew you'd love that. That was a direct message to you, Charlie. That was my love letter to you. Yeah, spend. It's all meritocracy. The best, and meaning that if you're setting up the systems properly to get the data on what you're trying to do and allow the system to optimize, then the systems are set up to spend more on the things that work the best. So it doesn't matter if something has a slightly higher CPA or it definitely doesn't matter if an ad has a better hook rate than something else. But the thing that gets the most spend is typically the thing that is the best. However, I will say, the problem with that is when you're not giving the system enough data. If you're not giving the system enough data to make good decisions for itself, it's going to use other metrics that we can't know. It's like a lot of people think it's like CTR or whatever. It's typically, from what I've seen, it's just attention. The ads that get the most attention get the most prioritized spend. And that's not always what works best. Because like I just said a second ago, like the best hook rate isn't necessarily, or hold rate, isn't necessarily the best performing ad, actually. So just be careful with that. If you're not giving the system enough data to get the right conversions, then it's not going to spend effectively. But if you are getting a lot of data in there, then yeah, spend. That is the thing.
Spend's definitely, in my opinion, the best proxy for success. But there's other ways to look at it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it. Go ahead. And then if you guys have questions, throw your hands up, and we'll start getting this catch box thrown around.
Yeah, we'll literally throw this mic at you.
Yeah,
so
it's
just
fun.
let us know.
Interactive. Francis, any weird metrics you look at?
Yeah, I don't actually have any weird metrics on my end. I think we're definitely in a growing stage, so it's not, we don't need to get weird with our shit. Like, we just look at, like, realistically, what's our budget, what's our spend, what's our ROI. Keep it simple, keep it understandable, making sure that we have, like, I guess if there's one thing is just making sure that we have immediate payback with our CAC, and that's it.
What about you, Nate?
So we use RPM to judge the value of an influencer's audience. RPM is revenue per 1,000 impressions, and it's been incredibly helpful, and the reason why we can run profitable influencer marketing campaigns in this economy is because we have a number that shows me the exact value of that creator's audience. And we see a lot of variance depending on, if I'm sponsoring like a super niche whiskey show, or if it's just like a lifestyle comedy pod. The comedy show might have a RPM of $13. The whiskey show has a RPM of $240. So it kind of lets me know what deals I can agree to in the future that are going to work out profitably for us.
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously, I'm a big fan of 3 ROAS, and then Chuck T's PSM, the profit scaling metrics, not horrible as well. There's some cool things going on there, but for me, deploying paid media is about effectiveness, efficiency, and profits, and those 3 vectors, and figuring out how those are. But yeah, I love that RPM. Solid. Questions? Anybody? Somebody? Bueller. There we go.
All right, hang on.
All the way across the pond.
I'm coming over.
Powerful Jack.
Pardon? A lot of cheers in here.
Also, I brought some Last Crumb cookies. The team didn't eat all of them, so if nobody's tried them, there's like 10 of them in the back.
Hello?
You should definitely try them. It's the platinum package as well.
I just want to ask about, is good, all right, yeah. Just want to ask about YouTube sponsored advertising, because could you just explain a bit more about how you actually do that? So you find, is it individual creators and you sponsor like 10 shows, or what's like the kind of actual process behind the agreements you make with influencers on that?
Yeah, so we do a bunch of research to figure out who's creating content that our target audience might like. Reach out to them all manually. We've tried different like influencer database tools. YouTube search has better than anything I need it for. And then, yeah, reach out to them, see if they want to do a deal. About half of the creators we reach out to are represented by some kind of agency.
Right.
And then, which is great because that gives us a network of other shows to sponsor. But usually start with 1 to 3 ads per creator. Judge the effectiveness 30 days after the last video is posted. And if it worked out, we'll do more. And if
So
not,
do you just put an ad at the beginning of their like normal content? Is that essentially how you do it?
Yeah, so I always make sure our ad appears within the first like 5 minutes of a video, because we know that drop off after that is huge. So they'll get into their show and then they'll say, hey, by the way, this episode's brought to you by Original Grain. They make watches out of unique reclaimed materials like whiskey barrels, Taylor guitar tone wood, etc. And if you want to support our show, you can go to originalgrain.com and use my good code to get 20% off your first purchase.
And you track all just through codes, mainly?
I like to track just through discount codes because that gives me the worst case scenario of how it's performing. We know there's some incremental lift above that I can't prove to you, but I like
What do you do about that? Like mentally, how did you just like be like okay with knowing that you're getting more sales?
Yep.
I love that.
Yeah. We are super small, direct response brand, so every dollar I spend's got to work really hard. So I like to look at, okay, worst case scenario, I'm getting a 3x return from this creator. We're going to do some more with him.
Cool, thanks.
Great question, Jack. All right, we have time for a couple more. Who we got? We got one over here in the back, Kevin.
You guys
We
are-
got 2 in the back.
You guys are killing me on
There we
opposite
go.
sides of the room.
Show off the arm, baby. Let's go.
Hey, Kevin, nice watch.
Put it on the
thanks.
rope.
Is this a mic? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Can you guys speak to how you forecast new product launches?
That's interesting. Hit that, Francis. That's a great
Forecasting.
question.
I feel like that's more of a product team question. Look, we basically look at all of our potential revenue from that product launch. It does have to play at the beginning at like annual planning. So like whatever we're doing like late last year to determine where we're trajecting ourselves for like 2023. You have to be really mindful of like macroeconomics too. Like what are we expecting of our returns? What are our growth from our own and operated channels? I think with 2023 and everyone's like cautious right now with regards to like the recession that's coming forth, and if it's not already here, those things kind of play into effect. If I wanted to give like a concrete view on it, I don't have like my touch on it, but what I do is I plan with the core team that's involved with it and let them know that what I can provide with the budgets that I'm given for that year.
Are you guys doing any, before the product's been brought to market, any advertising to de-risk the product launch?
That is a good question. I like that perspective.
Yeah, we definitely do a lot of advertising. I think something that's really underrated is being actually just filling the funnel and creating that level of anticipation from a high level. Hopefully that doesn't sound like a generic like, hey, like just go find more people. We're actively like sending out that like reminder, that beginning message, the announcement. The most important email in our like let's say our announced to launch rollout is the day before reminder, because we're just getting everyone to like, like this is what I need to save up for, this is what I need to wait for, it's tomorrow, I'm gonna time it, I'm gonna plan it, the website goes down at this time, I'm gonna jump on the set at that time. The second most important is like the text reminder for us, like 15 minutes before. And then we do run ads prior to that, so like once we announce, we'll run ads, maybe a few $100s per day. And it has amazing effects for us, for sure. We're seeing like I want to say it's a little over attributed, but we can see plus 10x return for the amount of users and customers that buy. We're using like a 7-day click, 1-day view.
I wanted to jump in. That question, I didn't want to answer it at first because it almost made me queasy. Like, it's such a complicated thing when you're launching a new product because to me, as the guy who's doing the ads, I don't know if the product that you want me to launch is going to do anything because it might not visually make sense in an ad. It might not, the problem for that product might not exist for most of my audience that I might target. So yeah, I do want to de-risk it. I do want to try and throw some test ads in the market before we kind of like really do figure out some forecasting to get an idea. That's scary. So definitely, to your point, I would want to make sure to run some test ads for a few hundred or a couple $1,000 on a new product to get a feel of like what I can do with just a base hypothesis, like before I optimize it and iterate on it over time when it actually does launch. That'll help me be able to forecast. Does that answer your question? Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, and are you like transparent with the fact that it's a pre-order and that the product doesn't exist yet?
It depends. Like I've done it where we actually do have the product made in a small batch, so it's not a pre-order. I've done it where the product never existed at all. You know, we tried to sell it and see if we get enough people. It was not my idea. I just did the ads for it. But you know, I've done that.
It's called a Kickstarter.
Yeah, basically, right? Like just see if we get
Throw a
enough
bunch
sales.
of money into it.
So,
Yeah.
so we've created kind of our own version of Kickstarter on our site. We call it the Wood Shop, where we tell people like, hey, this is a watch we want to create. We need your help funding it, so you can
This is awesome.
can pre-sell it now or pre-buy it now. We haven't missed one yet, but that's one where like we'll design a watch, sample it, get content created of it, and usually if we don't sell 100 within the first 10 to 15 days, we know it's kind of a miss. Fortunately, we haven't missed too often, but forecasting is hard. We launched a collaboration with Buffalo Trace Bourbon on November 4th of last year. That was not a pre-sale. We know it's going to be good, so we got a bunch of units in.
I like that you just say we know. I mean, you know, but it's hard to say that.
You got to have conviction.
I
You
know,
got to have
I know.
conviction. I think
Yeah.
that's like one thing for us. We're very like we love our product. We know our product smacks. We want to get it to market. Obviously, there's internal testing, but like if you have conviction for it to like, and obviously do your due diligence and explore and make sure you're actually solving something. It's a good way to propel you forward.
Well, and I can tell you it's been sold out since November 14th, and the batch we're currently pre-selling doesn't ship till May. So we under-forecasted that one, but
Yeah.
it's been strong.
Yeah.
Great question. We have time for one more. So,
last one.
now all the questions come out when I run out of time. Unbelievable.
There you go. Is this the mic?
Okay.
I got the mic.
Let's
He has
go
the
to
mic.
the back there.
Yeah, yeah.
If
Someone's
you-
gotta have
if
it.
you- oh, Aaron.
mic,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. Yeah, go for it.
I got
Shoot.
the mic.
Oh, beautiful.
How do you speak into this thing?
Yeah, you sound
You're
great.
good.
Like this?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're doing it.
You look really cool holding the cube.
Okay.
You guys see that branding? Whale tail? It's mint.
Okay, two things. One thing, well, I think it might have been you, Rabba. We're seeing success over $200 AOV on TikTok. So
Powerful.
Nice.
There goes
Nice.
your hypothesis.
And tell people what you saw.
I'll tell them after.
Okay.
One thing maybe I wasn't listening, but I don't know if any of you guys touched on this. First of all, this is getting real nerdy, so this is fun. Everyone's like talking about acronyms and shit. None of you guys spoke about landing pages, and its effect on your actual ads. You're all talking about performance, man, things you don't really control, and creative that you don't really produce. Like landing pages is really in your wheelhouse, but no one's really talked about the power of that for you.
That's a great call out. And so I think that's something that gets lost a lot on performance marketing. And so the analogy I use is the ads are getting people to the party, and then the landing page is the music at the party, the people at the party, the drinks at the party. If the party sucks, you're going to have incredible click-through rates. You're going to have incredibly amazing top-of-funnel ads. And then you need to start troubleshooting whether it's a PDP, whether it's a lander, or what have you. But that's a really good call out, and I think it gets lost on a lot of people because you can start basically just bribing people to come to a shitty party versus like, why don't you just make the party better, and then that just makes everything better. So that's a really good
And my
call out.
quick thing to that is, even if you are building the landing page then, or the party, then how do you know that your audience wants house music?
That's a great question, and I think too the other thing that you're touching on that is really interesting is there's needs to be a cohesive experience between the ad and the landing page. And so a lot of times you'll see an ad that talks about hair loss or something like that, some sort of X, Y, or Z value prop, and then you go to the landing page and it doesn't mention it, it almost feels like a different company in a way. So I don't know if you guys have anything more to elaborate on, but that's a really good call out, Aaron, that you really need to be thinking of the whole funnel and the whole customer experience, not just, again, inviting them to the party, but like actually what is that party like? That's a very good call out.
Dylan,
Boom.
Yeah,
Boom.
let's look forward to what Dylan, splittesting.com, Dylan has
Powerful
to
Dylan
say.
Andy.
My answer to that would be like I like your analogy, but I also think more like if you make an ad that has nothing in it, but it doesn't sell, but it gets enough attention and it gets enough people to be like, whoa, what is that? I need to click on that. Then the landing page is going to have to do way more heavy lifting. So but on the other hand, if you make an ad that is so great, it gets people's attention and it tells a story and it really connects, then your landing page doesn't need to do as much. So to me, there's a give and take there, and I think it depends on the product. It depends on the how much information they need. So I don't think it's as simple as like that they need to be like one-to-one or they need to like match up perfectly, because if you just make a simple boring image, or not boring, excuse me, like a simple image that just generates enough curiosity about the problem, then the landing page can carry the rest of that load.
That's what we're saying.
Well, but I'm saying
you just contradicted yourself.
No, I'm saying that they
Which
have to
one
be-
is it?
Well, I'm saying
That's literally what we're saying.
I'm saying that you don't have to have everything in the ad, but you also don't have to have everything on the web. Like,
No, I know. What I'm saying is when it becomes disjointed, when the experience is like, hey, look at this, party people, blah, blah, blah. You have some young person on there or something, some young male doing something, and then you go to a landing page with middle-aged women. Like, that would make no sense. Like, the cognitive dissonance that happens really starts to affect the conversion.
I will mostly agree with you.
I'll take that.
Yeah, let's just leave it at that.
Because I love you guys, we'll do one more question. Dylan, did you want to do it, or who else? I saw a couple other hands pop up. We'll do one more and we'll wrap up. Oh, up front. Let's do it. The man with the phone. Oh, I love the creative shop. Let's get it done. Where is there we go. All the way over there, Colin.
I don't work for the creative shop. They just gave me a sweatshirt.
No, I love it. It's amazing.
So, every performance marketer I talk to now just says, let the algorithm do its thing. What do you see as a risk with that? So all the brands I've built have been built leveraging, the algorithm as well as finding something else. So I was the CMO of Purple, the mattress company. We leverage video views, right? And so views were a big part of our strategy. So we mixed in performance with other things that worked for us. But it feels like every agency now wants to just, ratchet the algorithm. Tell me what you think the risks of that are.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I think it can make you really lazy. I think that's like one of the things that I've noticed that when we started with all these specific, consolidated ad groups is that you're really not playing with the creative, and you need to make sure that like the name of the game's changed. It's like more creative than anything else. You have to be on your feet with like being able to feel it. It's not that, oh yeah, we're just like letting them play with targeting, but it's like you needing to figure out like what are the additional items and creatives and talking head content that you can put in play. And if you don't do that and you're just still playing with the same content that you're sitting with, you're gonna be capped. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to just give it to the black box, but it's what you're giving to the black box is like really, really important.
I think the only risk is if you're not keeping an eye on it. So we've started looking weekly at how much did we spend promoting our Whiskey Barrel collection, and then how many Whiskey Barrel watches did we sell. We've got all of our Advantage Plus campaigns broken out by the different materials we use in our watches. So I do a quick check on Mondays of, cool, we spent X promoting that collection, we made 3X, that's a good week. In addition to triple whale attribution and everything, I think as long as you're looking at the right metrics that matter for your business, then I don't think there's a risk to it.
I think, like, if we're talking about, like, performance ads, like, it's, you know, I helped launch Lone River Ranch Water, hard seltzer, big shout out. We used, that was not D2C at all. That was CPG, that was sold in stores. And we used D2C tactics to make creative and optimize creative using that data, because instead of just optimizing those systems for video views or engagements or something like that, which a lot of CPG brands would do, we were optimizing to website actions that we found to be valuable and high intent. And that allows us to then optimize ads based on not just what's getting the cheapest view or the cheapest engagement, but what's actually driving people to take the most valuable action. And then you extrapolate that, kind of like Nate was saying before, if this many people are taking this action to find where my product is available online, or sorry, in real life, like that means that my ads that are doing the best at that are also having a higher impact on other things. And we did brand lift studies on conversion-focused ads and saw massive increases in ad recall and, most importantly, intent. Huge shifts in intent, purchase intent. And so, like, that's actually really interesting. By the way, how many performance marketers here have run a brand lift study on Facebook? Not enough. Not enough. If it's free, you can go and set one up in your ad account today. Go do it and see what you learn from that, right? Like, you can see what the brand impact is when you're running ads for conversions. So that's my thought, is like, yeah, you got it.
Amazing. I'm getting hooked off the stage by Kevin, so we got to wrap it up. My only hot take would be that personally right now, I think, and I know this is a performance marketing panel, but personally right now, the algorithm is really interesting, but if I could master one or two algorithms, I would try and master the content algorithm than I would the actual paid media algorithm. Isaac, Chris Mead's doing some really, I don't think Danny's here yet, but Danny Duncan has a massive YouTube channel. They're doing some really cool stuff. Also, Francis, your TikTok organic and stuff. There's a lot of power, and like that's the thing that's kind of like the rising tide lifts all boats. Like if you start having your organic slap, like everything just gets better. Like it's a little bit kind of like an email system. Like the joke is my email marketer quit, now my Facebook ads suck. It's kind of like that same but different. But okay, we're getting hooked off. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. We're gonna bring up Ben from True Classics, and it's gonna be amazing.
Thanks, Rabba. Lots of good questions. Obviously, you can find Barry and Francis and Nate hanging around. Continue to ask some questions throughout our time together. Super excited to invite to the stage Ben Yahalom. He's the president of True Classic, a luxury men's apparel brand. Prior to joining True Classic, he spent 4 years in the trenches at Meta, consulting C-suite executives and marketing pros of hyper-growth companies on how to exponentially grow their businesses, leveraging Meta's suite of applications. He's going to talk to us a little bit about 3K bootstrap to 9 figures profitably. Ben, come on up.
All right.
Does this work?
Works. Yeah, you see.
Right,
Oh,
cool.
baby blues. I didn't realize your eyes were so pretty. Amazing. All right. Okay, back in the saddle again. Everybody got their drinks. Bandholes. How you? Love that guy. Amazing.
If you don't mind me, I want to start with a quick trivia game.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Everybody loves. Oh, and if people get answers right, I got some swag to give away.
And I got $300 in store credit for
Oh,
True
wow.
Classic, and I have 3 questions for this crowd to just kickstart.
All right, trivia time.
First question: how many companies are in the world?
How many companies in the world?
30 million.
30 million. Oh, is this
Higher.
Is this Price is Right rules? 90 million.
Higher. Less.
2 billion.
Higher than 1? 1 billion? No, lower. Low. Anybody in the 300s? 300 Go ahead.
Going once, going
$100.
twice,
Take it.
sold.
Unique. All right, question number 2. What percent of these companies ever break 100 million in top line revenue or 9 figures?
Oh, interesting.
Less than 1%, but how low?
0.3.
Okay, a little bit higher. 04? Anybody 0.04? Okay, here we go, Charlie. All right, now last question for everybody in the crowd. Who knows of a company that has done 100 million in 2 short years, completely bootstrapped and profitably?
Look at his setup. This guy's
Anybody
a
else
pro.
from True Classic? Any other company?
This guy's an absolute pro. Lou
Did
did that
they?
early?
Bootstrap 2 years, 100 million profitable. Bootstrap 2 years, 100 million profitable.
Really?
Purple. We need
Really?
to talk. $100 bucks.
Amazing.
So it sounds like it might be a 2 out of 333 million kind of odds, and I actually would love to talk to you guys. But that's the story I'm about to talk about today, and I'm happy to take it away, or if you want to go through some of the questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is kind of give us some of your background, because you were at Meta for a little while, and then how did you end up at True Classic, and just, you have a really storied CV, so maybe just give us that first.
Yeah, let's do it. So, long story short, I'm the president of True Classic. I oversee kind of like the company or operate day to day. The company was founded about 3 years ago or so, back in the summer of 2019. I'll talk more about that. But prior to True Classic, I was at Meta, as you mentioned, and I got a really cool privilege. Meta, as you know, has over 3.5 billion users and over 200 million companies leveraging it. 10 million of them are actually advertising, right? The ones who give a lot of money to the berries of the world. And out of them, the company is basically every year circling a very small cohort, under 100 companies, maybe 80, 90. We're part of it right now, where they say those are the disruptors. Those are the ones who have the highest potential to growth, ability to grow. They got the funding, they got the product market fit, and they put a lot of resources behind them, right? So I was on that side helping scale a lot of companies from really early stages, maybe Series B and on, all the way through IPO. I've seen a lot of P&Ls. I've never seen a True Classic. And I've worked with them since the very beginning as a consultant with the founders, and I just really couldn't believe what these guys have been able to do. And we were kind of like chatting week over week. After a certain point, I was just like, I just have to join kind of like full time. And then since the beginning of last year, I've been helping kind of like run the company. My background is in marketing. And yeah, let's talk about True Classic. I mean, the short of it is, if you think about it in 60 seconds, back in 2019, the idea of creating the perfect t-shirt, right? Sounds like, if I came to you and said, like, hey, I have an idea, let's go create a t-shirt company, you probably would give me a good laugh of like, you know, how far can that go, right? We're talking about like reinventing the t-shirt, like a commoditized space. But there was a big market for that was completely underserved. And we set to ourselves to create that exactly perfect t-shirt, which I'm actually wearing right now, tied around the arms and chest, really good fit, really good quality, and offering it at a very fair price point. Let's put it this way, right? There's a lot of companies out there who, you know, would charge you 60, 70, 80 bucks. People don't feel like spending it, right? And a lot of companies were maybe charging very little, but providing you a crappy shirt. And we do that across all sizes, right? From small to 3XL. Think about the larger guys, right? What company is set to really design clothes that fit them well? Our whole purpose is to make people look good and feel good, and we really try to live by that. Fast forward in 3 years, what we have done is expanded across 3 main dimensions. The first being the product. We moved from True Classic tees to True Classic and expanded into activewears and chinos and jeans and underwear. We do it all. We moved from being a US brand to being a global brand. We're now available in 190 markets, and international revenue is a very sizable portion of our business now. And we moved from across channels, which is the third dimension, from just being a website to launching an app, Facebook, Instagram shops, Amazon, our own 5 retail locations. If you're in Chicago or DC or San Jose or LA, go check them out. And the journey has been just absolutely insane. And as I mentioned, bootstrapped, 9 figures very quickly and doing it profitable, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, those are video game numbers. It's incredible to see. My first question would be, do you think, because you sat across all those incredible brands and now you're running the show at True Classic, do you think it's harder to go from 0 to 10 million or 10 million to 100 million? Because it's technically the same multiple, right? Like you're 10xing
I
But
think the skill set is different. I think that early on, you need to be a lot more scrappy. You need to figure out like a really sizable TAM. You need to really figure out the product market fit. I heard some questions about like TikTok is working, TikTok isn't working, right? I personally believe, maybe aside from Snapchat that I still don't think is actually working, that it's less about the channel, it's more about you, right? You like, it's not that TikTok is working or not working. It's like, how do you make TikTok work for your brand? Are you good enough, right? Is your creative good enough? Is your website good enough? Is your offer good enough? And if it doesn't work, then you need to recalculate your course of action, right? So really looking inward, if you will, as opposed to kind of like blaming it on the channel has always been kind of like our approach. To answer your question though, I do believe that right now it's probably the former that is harder because the D2C barrier to entry has gone higher and higher and higher with just increasing ad cost and iOS 14 challenges, especially true for niche brands, right? If you're a niche brand, we're lucky because we can speak to anybody, including females, by the way, who love buying our clothes for their significant others, dads, sons, etc. If you're a niche company right now, figuring out your product market fit is a lot harder, right? And a lot of the kind of like the power of Meta leveling the playing field has been kind of like taken away with iOS 14 and the privacy changes. And so I think I would probably put on the former.
Okay, I have two more questions. How many people here are selling on Amazon? Okay, so a few. How many people are selling internationally? Okay, same, but different. What's that kind of thought process there, expanding into Amazon? Because a lot of people have a little bit of fear of going into it. I love my analogies, and so the way I kind of equate it, like if you buy an iPhone from the Apple Store, it's like this incredible, magical experience. You buy an iPhone from like Costco, and there's no shame in the game there, but it's just you're in this warehouse-looking thing, but technically you are acquiring the same product, but it's just a totally different experience. And so you guys kind of have a lot of brand equity, and that's one of the biggest pushbacks that I hear from people going on Amazon is like, then I'm going to be commoditized. And to be fair, right, like T-shirts is like as highly of a commoditized space as you get. And so how were you guys navigating the knock-on effects of the brand, or it just made sense, or is all of your SKUs on Amazon? Can you give me some color there?
Yeah, I'll tell you, starting with like super high level, I mentioned TAM, right? If you think about our brand, if you think about T-shirts, right, it makes like about 5% of TAM, right? There is a massive opportunity
Total
outside
addressable
of that.
market
And
for
this is
people
yeah,
that
total
didn't know it.
addressable market if you think about apparel. If you think about the US, right, it makes about 20% of the global apparel market. If you think about online, it makes about 35% or so of the addressable market, right? So there's massive opportunities out there to start really playing in other areas. Now, Amazon is still online, but if you really think about being customer first, which is how we try to do everything we do pretty much, and you ask them, where do you shop? An overwhelming percent of people are saying, I shop on Amazon, right? And if you start thinking about where do you want to play kind of like as a brand, I've absolutely had reservations when it comes to cannibalization and all of that stuff. However, both our existing customers, as well as like I can speak for myself, just love the Amazon experience, right? Frictionless, 2 days shipping, sometimes 1 day shipping. They do much better job logistically than we can right now, just getting our stuff in people's hands, right? And they're all there. And so the question you have to ask yourself is like, do I want to play favorites? Or do I want to be wherever the customer might be? And we want to be wherever the customer is, right? Whether it's on Amazon, our store, like offline stores, Facebook, Instagram shops, right? We want to make it all work, and we want to expand channels. And so ultimately, we made that decision. If at any point we do, and we're trying to do a lot of analysis on that. For now, it seems very acquisition-oriented. We don't believe that we are fully cannibalizing it. We do get a lot of customers through there. But if we get to a place where we start believing that it's getting more and more cannibalistic, we may turn it off. But our approach is fail forward, make progress, move fast, right? Like that's how we go about it. So Amazon is no different.
I love that. A couple secondary, tertiary questions. Is all your SKUs on Amazon?
No.
Okay, so you have select SKUs.
Yes, but not. We're still like strategically trying to figure out. We started with just bestsellers. We're still strategically trying to figure out what to list, how to go about it. We're thinking through: do we want to develop our own SKUs specifically for that channel, right? Because people might be looking for different things. So that's still early days. We just launched with them late Q4, and so those are still early days. If anybody has a killer Amazon leader, I'm actually looking to hire one. So please send them my way. But yeah.
And then the other question is, how do you guys handle inventory? Because I'm guessing you're doing like FBA or like you basically that inventory is marked for Amazon or you're shipping it to Amazon for them to fulfill, correct?
Yeah, exactly. We're just shipping
double
inventory
dip.
levels from our main warehouse to FBA. That's what enables the fast shipping, which I know everybody loves. And we continuously plan the restocks based on demand levels. And we're also advertising, and that increases the run rates, obviously. So we are constantly reevaluating our kind of planning model and how to restock to make sure that we're not risking it.
How do the economics compare to your Shopify?
I mean, Amazon charges you an arm and a leg, as everybody knows, right? And so the economics are really different. The question again goes back to there's the positive and the negative. The positive is maybe you don't pay as much in a kind of like in CAC, right, or in advertising as you do maybe to try and get someone kind of like to the Shopify store because Amazon already has the user. On the other side of it, they charge you pretty significant kind of like fees, right? Like 17%, I think is 17 or 20%, just kind of like their fee to process our orders, right? The shipping is more expensive as well, and shipping and fulfillment. So we're still kind of comparing the models, but all in, it's very much profitable for us to operate there, and we keep it that way to make sure we're not, again, digging ourselves into a big hole.
Yeah, I love that. I had a friend where they basically had that same thing where they would just look at search volume and people are just buying on their terms and just like, what, to your point of like, go where your customers are. Like, we're just leaving money on the table. Obviously, make sure the money works. The inventory is a challenge because you start to bump up against some cash flow issues of like, you need money to, buy the inventory that's basically going to sit with Amazon. But everybody that was doing Amazon are you guys full SKU or do you have a limited? If you're full SKU, put your hands up. Or all SKUs on Amazon? Really? Well, you guys have a few SKUs though, right? It's small, so it's kind of. But yeah, okay. Almost everybody that I know as well that's Shopify, Amazon has some sort of selection process, whether it be like fire sales, overflow inventory, or just the best economics or best sellers on Amazon. Okay, let's keep it with the theme of acquisition channel. I know a lot of bigger stores here now are looking into expansion into retail. Can you talk to me about that experience? Because that's, again, another whole thing of like you have inventory there, you have in person, you have foot traffic, you have a lot of fixed costs that like you're paying them bills if people are coming in the store or not. So how do you operate that? Is that kind of its own P&L that rolls up to the big P&L? Like, how do you think of it?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, starting with the inside, right? We are in a category where people want to experience your product, right? How many of you are shopping for clothes solely online? Raise your hand. Yeah, and so a lot of people when we say like, hey, we sell the best fitted T-shirt in the world, the next thing you probably want to see is like, well, how good is your fit? Well, you don't really get that no matter how great I'm trying to create the best UGC and the best testimonial and the best whatever. There's something about feeling a product, right? And I think we're playing in a category, we are playing in a category where people put a lot of value, at least on the initial purchase, to be able to experience the product. Then yes, they can move on kind of like online from there and do their subsequent orders, right? And so we try to really take this omni-channel approach, and yeah, I think it's us and many other people in this space, right? We didn't like invent that idea. Similar to everything else we did, we moved into retail in lightning speed. We made the decision in 2-3 months. We have 5 stores open, pretty much. We look at it as an acquisition channel. Retail actually gets a lot of new customers in the door, and it's fully integrated for us through like a Shopify POS, so we see it. And then we look at the operating expenses. We look at what comes through the 4 doors, right? Ideally for us, we want to break even on inside the 4 walls, not doors, in the 4 walls, and trying to kind of like from there figure out the lift on the online kind of like environment. But very much taking kind of like this omni-channel approach. It's also a massive branding play. You mentioned billboards. What is retail? Retail is like a DR-oriented billboard, right? It's like a performance branding exercise, and you need to understand the traffic that goes by your retail stores. How many people recognize you, right? And we are trying to do a lot of like cross kind of like omni-channel attribution with surveys, asking people who shop at retail, where did you first hear about us? Is it here, or did you see our ads online? And people who come online, where did you first hear about us? Is it in the retail store? And if so, trying to kind of like understand those omni-channel paths. I do believe retail is going to continue to be really big. I don't think it's going away, but you do need to figure this out like we do everything else. And so those are early days. Again, the MVP for us is 5 stores real quick, seeing what we need to do, how to optimize the merchandising flows, pricing, like just even what we offer in the stores.
Staffing.
Yeah.
So Taylor Offer, a buddy of mine, runs Feet. He just opened his retail store as well, and he was like, "There's just always something. Like you have staff. It's just its own beast, man. You staff it. There's things there. There's inventory. There's all these things. But how many people here have retail locations? All right, nice, very cool. How many people here are retail curious? There we go. Okay, yeah. It's kind of funny now because it's in a weird way like what is old is new, and so I kind of see. So Austin is like super famous for food trucks, and the play here in Austin is people start a food truck, and that's kind of like the proof of concept. And if the food truck hits, then they make a brick and mortar restaurant. And I kind of see the analogy there of like if your Shopify store hits and you get the product market fit on Shopify, it's like, hey, once the economics get to a point that you have some cash flow to, or you raise some money, what have you, that you can get to a place where you can afford retail. So it's kind of funny. Let's fire up that catch box, Kevin, and then I have one other question. In terms of e-commerce, how do you see the next 2 to 3 years unfolding?
All right, that's a loaded question. I think e-commerce is going to continue to go up and to the right. I think the pandemic, even though people are now kind of like, there's been kind of like, pandemic, everybody's like, e-commerce is going to crash. Then post-pandemic, well, e-commerce goes back to the mean. And now it's like kind of climbing back up. I think it's going to have a lasting change because, again, convenience is everything, right? People don't have time to kind of like do things the old way, if you will. So I do think e-commerce penetration is going to continue to go up and to the right. I very much believe that a lot of this like social commerce that we're talking about, in my opinion, is going to become bigger than ever, right? And maybe it's my meta background, but if you really think about it, and if you think about 3 stages being kind of like pre-purchase, you call it attention grabbing, on-site experience, call it like CRO, landing pages, pricing, whatever, and post-purchase with like CX, retention flows, email, SMS, whatever. That initial part and middle part can very much merge if the acquisition channel, get to what I call like feature parity, right? Like imagine a world where like Instagram and Facebook and TikTok now, right, shops get to a place where they are just your Shopify store and it's all happening there and they know those users and they have the full feedback loop, right? And they give you hypothetically, which I probably won't, but the same ideas of like, being able to capture emails or SMS or doing cross sell, app sell, post-purchase sell, survey, whatever. There's a lot of value in it. And I think that social commerce is going to be massive. And then there's a lot, to me, this is the beginning of what I call like the robotics revolution. This is the year where AI is taking a whole new phase, right? If you think about Google or Meta or everybody we talked about, they had a very particular type of AI, right? In the ranking algorithms, right? Ranking ads, Netflix, ranking shows, Amazon, ranking products. But the generative AI movement is truly mind-blowing, right? And think about what that could look like, right? Everybody's obviously raving about ChatGPT, but there's like 500 other AI tools. I cannot read fast enough to even understand all the use cases and implications. So I would say whoever is not like obsessing over AI right now and figuring out what the next version of e-commerce is going to look like is missing out big time. I know Barry mentioned about kind of like, or whoever mentioned about the content optimization. Was it you? It's insane. Text to like imagery, text to videos, deep fakes, right? We're doing localization internationally. Can we swap characters with local looking people that have the local dialect? Like, just think about it. It's freaking mind blowing. So just to name a few.
Yeah, there's a crazy app called Synesthesia where a bunch of sales teams are using it now where you can basically record one video, but then when you say their name, it basically puts the AI in your name. It looks like you're making this personalized video. How many people are leveraging AI right now, whether it be ads or... Okay, quite a bit then, quite a bit, okay. Let's go into questions because I know I'm holding you guys back from lunch and I can feel the hunger just radiating around the room. Where's the catch box? Who has questions? Let's go Orlando first and then to you, sir.
Yeah, how's it going? First off, love Chew Classic. Wearing it today.
You get $100, buddy. I have more chips in the back.
I got 20 shirts in the closet. Need more.
Let's go.
Cool. So I want to ask a question. So in apparel game, if you're starting from the beginning, under like 5 million revenue a year, what would you do? Like, what would you do? Whether it be from a a marketing perspective, an inventory management perspective, like what are the core things you'd focus on? What mistakes would you avoid? Those type of stuff.
I'll answer with two topics. One, empathy, and two, creativity. On empathy, you can't obsess enough about the customer, right? And the potential problem you may be setting yourself to kind of like solve. And the deeper you get in there, right? And the better you can kind of like truly quantify, articulate what is it that you're trying to solve for, the better product you will have. And I think product is the absolute foundation, right? Marketing is fantastic. Obviously, I'm a huge marketer, not huge marketer, but like I'm a huge marketer believer, right? And I think marketing drives a lot of things, but at the end of the day, if you get the customer that product after you did all this hustle of getting it in their hands and they don't like it, they return it, and it's as if you never marketed it to them in the first place. So I would say start with like just really creating unbelievable products, trying to maximize the value for your customers. Second is creativity, which we always say creativity is underrated. No matter how many people here say creative, 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 I'm not just talking about the colors of your ads. I'm talking about your message. I'm talking about your positioning. I'm talking about, are you leveraging, the right kind of like psychological elements, whether it's like scarcity or social proof or whatever, to really hit that customer with that insight because you led with it, and understanding them, like what motivates them, what might be a barrier, like what problem am I solving for them, and bring this to life kind of like creatively. I think that's like to establish that product market fit. And once you do on a small scale, then scaling it is going back to your original question, which again, you really want to lean into those platforms that's all they do, right? What is Meta known for? Literally don't do anything else, just go on Meta. Like you can literally with 100% of your budget just being on Meta, crush the freaking game. Like just do one thing and do it well, right? Instead of just go, let me figure out TikTok because everybody's talking about it today, and let me figure out influencers, or just do Meta. Start there, and not because I'm a Meta guy, and then move on, right? And build from there. So those are some tips.
Amazing. Fantastic company too. Orlando Rios. What a gem he is. You got it. All right, let's do it.
It's a little bit of
This is a real question. You're reading it off a teleprompter.
Yeah.
What's going on back there? Amazing.
Does he deserve $100?
Hey, send it over. I need a nice shirt.
Ben's turning into the Oprah up here. You
I
get
need a
100,
nice shirt.
you get 100. Let's go.
As True Classic has scaled to over 9 figures, do you guys still look at the brand growth primarily through an online paid acquisition lens and use other revenue streams such as Amazon, wholesale, or retail to help acquire people at a higher scale or at a higher cost?
Yeah, so I mean, when we think about the growth right now, right, I mentioned to you like how we started, right? Very focused. Best t-shirt in the world, e-com, US, on the website. That's it. That was just the thing, right? And I mentioned to you a lot of the kind of like the growth channels, right? And then you start thinking about, it's essentially like, if I were to call it in one word, it's diversification, right? So diversification of your revenue streams and your profit streams across product categories, across markets, across channels, right? And the goal there, if you really think about just in general, everything we're talking about here with marketing, there's 2 areas people really need to focus on, which is measurement and creative, right? Like medium buying, in my opinion, is overrated, right? Like those days are gone, right? You don't need to be the audience hacker that you used to. Whoever, I forget his name in the middle, like I disagree with that idea of like, you need to make it complicated. Like you don't need to make it complicated. And I've seen the data on the back end at massive scale, right? So simplicity actually works, right? Focus the areas on measurement and creative. Measurement is to really understand, to your point, like, well, when I'm trying to grow the brand, what are the objectives, short-term, long-term? For us, it's about growth, which we measure with revenue. It's about profitability, which we measure with EBITDA. And it's about exit, and which we measure with like valuation multipliers, right? And we think, if you think about like OKRs, right? Or we call them ORIs, it's like, what activities in this bucket support, and what is the purpose? Is it supporting revenue and growth? Is it supporting profitability to the bottom line? Have that in mind, and then think about, okay, so what is the purpose of Amazon? What is the purpose of retail? How would I know if it's doing well, right? Different things we do support different purposes. And I would say very much Amazon retail, it's acquiring customers that might not want to shop from us in our existing channels, right? So it's very much introducing and getting other people that might find it too frictionful to come to our site, or maybe they won't believe the product until they see it in a retail store. There's a bunch of different people out there, right? But again, there's no like one answer to kind of like the full question. I'm just giving you more colors on how we think.
I got one more.
What's ORI? What's her O?
Oh, sorry, ORI.
I've
I
never
mean, I
heard
don't
of that.
even if it's like a real deal or not. So for us, it's objectives, results, initiatives. Objective, where are we going? Results, are we getting there? Initiatives, how would we get there, right? But having the clarity in the structure really simplifies focus, right? And you can go down. Like you can think about like the ORIs for the company. You can go down to like the functions. You can go down to literally the individual, right?
So same as OKRs in it. All the OKRs at the or the team departments, etc., should be derivative of the companies.
Yeah, but like a lot of companies start with initiatives, and we are, by the way, included in that, right? They're like, I have an idea, I have an initiative, and they just run. We are all about going fast, but before you go freaking fast, make sure you're going in the right direction and know why you're going. What is it that you're trying even to accomplish, right? So OKRs is just, yes, high level, but like, are you tying those initiatives and everything you do to very specific results and KPIs and objectives, right? And if you don't, you may be conflating effort for impact, which is a really big problem, especially when you're short resourced, like everybody in this crowd, right? You don't have, Barry mentioned it, like you don't have infinite budgets to test, you don't have infinite time on your hand, you don't have infinite initiatives to explore. So clarity there really helps and goes a long way.
Okay, is it short? Because I'm going to get killed by Kevin because I'm over time. You can ask your second one. It's okay. It's okay. Come. Ben will be popping around. Okay, cool. I'm going to wrap it up. Is that okay? Amazing.
Do it.
Ben will be here all week, or all the way till, for the Whalies and everything. So come pop. Just gem of a human. Amazing. Okay, we're going to do lunch now, and then after lunch, so we got 90 minutes for lunch, network, eat all the good foods, and then what do we got, Kevin? We got we got Dylan. Amazing. Dylan and Anna doing some CRO. We got some panels. Aaron and I'll come chop it up. Ron's going to tell you how to make all the monies. Jimmy from SendLane. And then, life is going to be good. So go grab some food. Thank you for all your patience and everything. You guys rock.
change now? I wanna go back, but that's like, why would it change now? 1 minute I'm up, 1 minute I'm face down. I don't care what the cost is. I wanna go back, but she is my guiding star. She's on my tarot card. She wants to break up. Why don't you say that you dug your own grave? But I'm wondering if you won't love anymore. I wanna go back, but that's like, why would it change now? 1 minute I'm up, 1 minute I'm face down. I don't care what the cost is. I wanna go back, but that's life. That's what you told me. You think too much, shut up and hold me. I don't care what the cost is. I wanna go back, but no, she won't want me back like this. No, now that I have gone and messed up, she wants to break up. Why don't you stay? I've been grinding my teeth so long, won't be able to smile when you're gone. You're my baby girl, only one for me. And when the walls are closing in, you turn and say to me, you wanna go back, but that's life. Why would it change now? 1 minute I'm up, 1 minute I'm face down. I don't care what the cost is. I wanna go back, but that's life. That's what you told me. You think too much, shut up and hold me. I don't care what the cost is. I wanna go back, but oh yeah.
I think about it all the time, every second of life, that I'd believe if you wanted to. You want that? Do it? Do you want that? Do you it? Do you want that? Do you it? Are you better on your own? Would you follow all the ways I never go? And I would never lie. So I'll try to think you're better being mine. Being mine. I never fall in line when I want to, when I try it. I never get it right. But could you wait tonight? Could you wait tonight? Wait tonight. Are you better on your own? Would you follow all the ways I never go? And I would never lie. So I'll try to think you're better being mine. Being
I know you so well. You know that I can tell. The slightest difference in your facial expression. Don't tell me nothing's on your mind. If I'm honest, it will all be fine. I'm someone who likes to talk things through. The hardest thing is getting it out of you. I should sit back and give you a break. Let you close your your perfect eyes, cause there's no need to explain. I know what you wanna say, we can just say goodnight if you think that's alright. There's no need to explain, I know that we can relate. Can we get up and try to feel okay again? There's no need to explain, I know that we can relate. Can we get up and try to feel okay again?
I'm getting too close. You say you love me more. You say to trust it even though I want to. Need to get this shit out of my head before I flip this on myself instead. I got a feeling you don't want me. These tips are reading when I'm alone. These tips are haunting. So I say okay, and learn to look the other way. I gotta respect, yeah, I gotta respect. Cause the consequences I'm dying. I can't help the fact that I'm lying when I say that I love myself more than you or anybody else.
There's no need to explain, I know what you wanna say. We can just say goodnight if you think that's alright. There's no need to explain, I know that we can relate. Can we get up and try to feel okay again? Can we get up and try to feel okay again? Can we get up and try to feel okay again? Can we get up and try to feel okay again? Can we get up and try to feel okay again? To explain, I know what you wanna say. We can just say goodnight if you think that's alright. There's no need to explain, I know that we can relate. Can we get up and try to feel okay again? Can we get up and try to feel okay again? Can we get up and try to feel okay again? Can we get up and try to feel okay again? Can we get up and try to feel okay again? The flowers wither and the clouds grow bigger. Up in the garden alone, I'm freezing, but it's fine. Cause I'm thinking of you and all the things we could do. Running as fast as I can, but I forgot to tie my shoes. Falling isn't really that bad if it's for you. Your lips, your blush, your eyes, your touch. Baby, you are really something else. 'Cause I don't think I have smiled like this before. When I spend my time with you, it tends to stop. Honey, being around you is all I need. Baby, don't worry about me. It's not as cold as it seems. So good to be the one who keeps you warm. These days we're all good, though we're walking under clouds, honey, most of the time. I can't believe my own eyes. Looking at you feels like a dream. Please stay right here. Your lips, your blush, your eyes, your touch. Baby, you are really something else. 'Cause I don't think I have smiled like this before. When I spend my time with you, it tends to stop. Honey, being around you is all I need, baby. find out. It catches up before you know it. All I know, it's simply as it goes. It's simply as we know. It's simply as we go where we go. We go where we go. We go where we go. Double-seater, my mind reader. Cut the corner in half, 'cause I need her. Careless driver, my Winona rider. I'm taking it back, I wanna find her. We go where we go. We go where we go. Hasn't here before, and now you're knocking at my door. And I don't think I hold myself back anymore. Your potion has got me in over my head. I'm not gonna go with anyone else. If I can't resist you, I'll end up dead. Oh, I'm not gonna go with anyone else. You're pulling me down, but I like it anyway. I should be running away, but I don't use my head and I just stay. I just stay. Your potion has got me in over my head. I'm not gonna go with anyone else. If I can't resist you, I'll end up dead. Oh, I'm not gonna go with anyone else. You make me feel, you make me feel, you make me feel alone. Alone. I can't go on, I can't go on, I can't go on with you. No, I can't go on. No, I can't go on. No, I can't go on. Your potion has got me in over my head. I'm not gonna go with anyone else. If I can't resist you, I'll end up dead. Oh, I'm not gonna go with anyone else. Your potion has got me in over my head. I'm not gonna go with anyone else. If I can't resist you, I'll end up dead. Oh, I'm not gonna go with anyone else.
I was driving when the airbag popped and knocked sense into me. I was crying when the shrapnel hit and cut out part of me. You were lying when the cop asked you about me. The car's on fire. You inside.
to the stars. Maybe I'll have you over. Carrie said that we don't have the time to ever make it matter. Held on the stakes, I'm slipping away. She'll never like me that way. Do you know my name? I think you're kinda cool. Do you wanna hang? Maybe after school. Caught by a gaze, not turning away, wondering what she's thinking. Doesn't it seem like so much to think? Maybe she likes me that way. Brushing away, so caught in the tides. Brushing away, so caught in her eyes. Never complacent, always redundant. Follow the feeling, say what you mean. Do you know my name? I think you're kinda cool. Do you wanna hang? Maybe after school. Aren't you tired of my voice? Said you didn't have a choice. Aren't you tired of my voice? Said you didn't have a choice. Do you know my name? I think you're kinda cool. Do you wanna hang? Maybe after school. I watched you board an airplane. I hide that from the summer's heat wave down. A bit tongue and a taste of iron. Sweethearts that high school sour now. Our time had grown to a closing. You moved when you ran out of money to stay. Your parents' house in Ohio, your old bed replaced with a treadmill now. Well, I come here more than you know. And I'm sure you think I've outgrown you, but I couldn't. Oh, I did it again, I did it again. I did it again, oh, I still want you. Our names carved in the pavement, sealed by what's left of our handprints now. You're some old man's new trophy, locked up in some house in New Jersey. Now money's not a problem, but in 20 years it seems you've forgotten. Malibu, 92.
did you stand there all alone? Oh, I cannot explain what's going down. I can see you standing next to me, in and out, somewhere else right now. You sigh, look away. I can see it clear as day. Close your eyes, so afraid. Hide behind that baby face. Do 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 do. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. You wanna find peace of mind, looking for the answer. Funny how it seems like yesterday. As I recall, you were looking out of place, gathered up your things and slipped away. No time at all, I followed you into the hall. Cigarette, daydream. You were only 17, so sweet with the mean streak. Nearly brought me to my knees. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. You wanna find peace of mind, looking for the answers. If we can find a reason to change, looking for the answers. If you can find a reason to stay, standing in the pouring rain. You can drive all night, looking for the answers in the pouring rain. Wanna find peace of mind, looking for the answer. We can find a reason to change, looking for the answer. If you can find a reason to stay, standing in the pouring rain.
It's a lonely street from my window to my baby looking up at me. I lift my hands up and I show my teeth, making fun of you for thinking we got it all made. Before the sun leaves, go outside and dream about the places that I've heard of. I won't live to see. I'm on the wild side of everything. Say it softly, I don't even wanna think
I just found a lemon tree. It's a bad day for my enemies. It's the sugar water in the breeze. And I'm ready, I'm ready. So someone play guitar for me. I'm ready to leave my body. And oh, this could be arranged. We'll fly into the space between the lies we told and find the good in every soul. Is our connected energy. Oh, how would I know you were thinking of me in the dream? The sweetness is around the sea, and I'm learning to keep going. Just an itty bitty hit of weed got me ready to leave my body. And oh, this could be raised. Fly into the space between the lies we told and find the good in every soul. Is our connected energy. Oh, how would I know you were thinking of me? Even though if the lights remain, this is all that our time can take.
TV, not into acting, no. He never smiles, he keeps it candid. Yeah, he breaks the rules, but I wish that I could have him. 'Cause I'm a vintage girl hanging with the flashback kids. I need a vintage boy for my outfit. Always holds the door, but I found him in a mosh pit. Way too dressed to kill how I feel. He looks so good showing up at karaoke night. He knows all the words to Mr. Brightside. He says it's a joke, but I know it's honest. We're so ironic, it's iconic, I get off on it. 'Cause I'm a vintage girl hanging with the flashback kids. I need a vintage boy for my outfit. Always holds the door, but I found him in a mosh pit. Way too dressed to kill how I feel. Under my skin, lipstick and pop. I wanna hate you, love you both. I'm a vintage girl, girl. I'm a vintage girl, girl. Need a vintage boy, boy. Need a vintage boy, boy. I'm a vintage girl, girl. I'm a vintage girl, girl. Need a vintage boy, boy. I really need a vintage boy right now. I'm a vintage girl hanging with the flashback kids. I need a vintage boy for my outfit. Always holds the door, but I found him in a mosh pit. Way too dressed to kill how I feel. 'Cause I'm a vintage girl hanging with the flashback kids. I need a vintage boy for my outfit.
I got no conscience, so there's not shit that you could do that would be worth it. I'll always treat you like you're worthless. You told me I was perfect, and for a second I believed it. Now I'll just eat my nails for breakfast. I know your heart is gonna break over this. So don't tell me that I'm right, it'll eat me up inside. Tell me something I don't wanna hear, 'cause I don't wanna fall in love. Lately you've just been enough. Keep on whispering in my ear. I'd rather die than grow old, and I'd rather be with you than be alone. Just put your feet on the windshield. Girl, you know me, I can't feel. No, that's enough. Stop treating me like I'm $100. You deserve better. Or maybe you don't, depending on my weather. So don't tell me that I'm right, it'll eat me up inside. Tell me something I don't wanna hear, 'cause I don't wanna fall in love. Lately you've just been enough. Keep on whispering in my ear.
and happens. Looks just the same as it did back then, but we lost the pier to hurricane season. I remember how the clouds used to chase East Texas sunrise, making the face of little fat baby just standing in place, crying for the last time and on with the day. When I try to remember it, I can't. It's slipping like quicksand. When I try to remember it, I can't. It's slipping through my head. Howled at the moon, calling for you. If comfort is a killer, then maybe I'll die here with cigarettes and old beer and ways to boil lawn chairs. But it feels so clear looking through the muddy water that I'll keep coming back here when it's all over. When I try to remember it, I can't. It's slipping like quicksand. When I try to remember it, I can't. It's slipping through my head. He's drinking more, we're talking less. Same old story, a classic mess. Every evening at around 9, she thinks what life would be like without excuses, without these loose ends. Your loneliness is not my problem, it's yours. I don't wanna give up, but you're giving me hell. Now I'm stuck up all night talking circles, it never ends. We used to fly high, but lately something's not right.
it never ends. We used to fly high, but lately something's not right. Baby, just like a shark bite, yeah. You drained my energy, you took it all away.
If you're wearing leather, honey, that's too much for me. I'm too soft to wear it, and I won't go in between. If you met my brother, baby, you could clearly see I'm not much the man it takes to take you home with me. No, I never can tell. You were in my head, making out that we were on thin ice, and you could stand your feet, send me underneath, helpless to avoid the helping hand. Please release me, it feels like it's easy when you know I wouldn't say. Safe and secret, my hometown where we met seems to change, but never will. If you're not my lover, baby, what are you to me? Are we friends that fight, or are you someone that agrees? If you met my sister,